global thermonuclear war.
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hack, and we're hacking all the things. So, what are we doing today? So, what we like to do on each one of our live streams is we like to cover a number of different topics that cover a bunch of different categories of tech and or cybersecurity and or hacking. So, let's talk about what we're doing today. Mukwaya, hello, nice to see you here. And Aiden, hello, nice to see you here. I do remember you. You were very talkative last stream. And so what are we doing today? So for our warm-up for the first hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing our programming topic. We're going to be doing some Advent of Code 2025. This is a Christmas event, but this one is from a long time ago, about, what is it now? 11 years? And we're going to be doing some Python coding for the first hour. So that's the first topic. In the second topic, we're going to be learning JavaScript. So I've been meaning to teach myself how to learn a bunch of different programming languages, and JavaScript is one of those because JavaScript powers the internet. So I'm going to be going through some JavaScript over at Codecademy. It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, are we going to play Void Stranger? No, we're going to have to wait until next week to play Void Stranger again. Wild and Goose, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So that's going to be the second hour of today's stream. We're going to be going through some JavaScript lessons, and then the third topic is we're going to go back to HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're going to be learning about Linux OS operations. This is session 4 out of 5 sessions, and today we're going to be learning a lot about the Linux file system structure, along with some other topics. So that's going to be the third hour. Let's see, W. Rich asks, what's Void Stranger? Void Stranger is a puzzle game that we'll wait to play over here. And let's see. Slagish Shot. Okay, and what feels obsolete to you? Okay. Yo, what you do? This is my first HackerFrog stream. Oh, awesome. So yeah, we usually warm up by doing some lighter topics, and then we get into our demos, and then we do some free hacking towards the end of the stream. So let's see. So we're going to be doing Linux OS operations for the third hour. For the fourth hour, we're going to be doing some reverse engineering challenges over at PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is a cybersecurity education website. We're going to be doing some challenges that we haven't done before over there, and that's going to be the fourth hour. In the fifth and sixth hours, we're going to be doing CTFlearn. It's another cybersecurity education platform, and we're going to be doing challenges from all sorts of categories over there. Okay, so without further ado, let's get started into the first topic. And
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Thank you very much, Deefus, for redeeming Hack the Planet. Much appreciated. Okay, so we're going to do 60 minutes of our warm-up topic, and then we're going to move on to the next topic. Okay? So what are we doing today? We're going to be doing some Advent of Code. We're going to be doing some programming. So if you want to follow along with us, you can do that over here. And we're going to be writing our code over in these terminal windows. So one terminal window is going to be for making the code, and the other terminal window is going to be for executing the code. Okay, what challenges prepared? Burp Suite? No, we're not doing Burp Suite stuff today. Usually we do cover some web topics, but today we're going to be covering other stuff instead. Thank you very much, Director Wolf and Yuri, for the subscriptions on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so what's going on today? So this is day number 3, and we're going to be, well, let's go ahead and read the description for the challenge. So this is day 3, and Aiden asks, what tools are you using for reverse engineering right now? We're not reverse engineering right now. Let's see. My Islam says, "Help me! I need voice changer." I don't use a voice changer, so I'm afraid I can't help you. Okay, so Santa is delivering presents to infinite two-dimensional grids of houses. Okay, sure. He begins by delivering a present to the house at his starting location, and then an elf at the North Pole calls him via his radio and tells him where to move next. Moves are always exactly one house to the north, the south, the east, or the west. After each move, he delivers another present to the house at his new location. Okay, Claude on another monitor. I mean, if we get stuck, we do use the LLMs to try to get us unstuck, but we try not to use too much AI help unless we absolutely need it. Word execution says, Google it, man. What are we Googling? Are we Googling voice changer methods? I'm afraid that's not really what we do over here. Okay, so however, the elf back at the North Pole has had a little bit too much eggnog, so his directions are a little bit off, and Santa ends up visiting some houses more than once. So how many houses receive at least one present? B. Kim King. Hello, nice to see you here. So for example, if we go to, what is that? The east, that delivers presents to two houses, one at its starting position and one to the east. Okay, then we got north, east, south, west, delivers presents to four houses in a square, including twice to the house at the starting and ending location. And then we got north, south, north, south, north, south a bunch of times, delivers a bunch of presents to some very lucky children and only two houses. So Aiden asks, what programming language are you doing right now? So we're going to be programming in Python because Python is the programming language that I'm most familiar with. Okay, Kick Lord says, what are we doing here? Can somebody summarize quickly? I came here a minute ago. So we're doing some Python programming over at Advent of Code. I mean, Advent of Code is, like a Christmas event, but you can do it any time of year, really. So we're going to be warming up with this particular challenge, and we're going to be doing that for the first hour or so. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So when we do these challenges, we also like to do a little write-up for each of these, because in cybersecurity, they say if you don't document something, then it didn't happen. So we've got one ready for day 3 over here that we're doing today. So we got our description here, we've got our URL for the challenge, and what we're going to be doing in this challenge is we're going to be recording 2D coordinates, and we're going to be writing the code. And after we write the code, we're going to record it in our GitHub over here. Sick in the Mind says, sup, Sick in the Mind, nice to see you here. Okay, so what programming language are you doing right now? Java or something? No, we're doing Python. Agent 57, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, Mystics Retro Realm, thanks for the explanation. I'm new to Python and coding. No worries. Thank you very much, Agent 57, for redeeming the Stellar Jays redeem. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our input. So we need to get the puzzle input and put it into a file, and then we can start working with it. So this is a lot of directions. We're going to have to figure out with our code exactly what's going on here. So we're just going to select all the characters here. I'm going to copy it. And then, let's see, Sharma says, this seems like a 2D search algorithm-based problem. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're doing over here. We're going to be mapping a bunch of 2D coordinates. So let's go ahead and create that file. We'll call it input.txt. I'm just going to paste in everything. It's all on a single line. Okay. We're going to save that out, and then we're going to go into our code here, and we're going to figure out what's going on with this one step at a time. Okay, Emma Islam, please stop asking about the voice changer, because we're not, that's not what we do over here. I'm asking you please to stop. Okay, so let's see what happens to our raw input over here. So we're going to print it out, the modified list, and see what happens. So run Python AOC day 3a. Okay. So let's see, list object has no attribute split. So we can't do split with this. We can't split. What do we do? Oh, you know what? Okay. So we just want to get the list. We'll get the list. and then we'll do something afterwards. So we're just going to comment this out. We're going to see what the list looks like right now. Okay, so this is an empty list. Huh. Okay, you can split, but you need to change the separators. Okay, word execution says, are you a cybersecurity engineer or a student? I'm a cybersecurity educator, so it's neither of those things. Okay, so with open as file, raw input equals file.readlines. So file.readlines, mod list equals empty list. Oh, we don't do anything to the list first. Okay, so we just want to get the raw input. Just a second, everybody. Let's see what the raw input looks like. Raw input. Okay, save that out. And thank you very much, Anto, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so it's a single. It's a list. So this is a list with a single string as the contents. So what we need to do is we need to split on this. So let's see. We'll just call this, well, I guess we can still call this mod list. So mod list equals raw input element 0. Raw input element 0, and we need to do something to this. Raw input element 0 dot split. Is this going to work? And we're just going to split this by, well, I think it splits by each individual character by default. Okay, Aiden asks, would you recommend Python as a first language for beginners? Yeah, I do recommend Python as a first language for beginners. Okay, let's see. Hosam says, try install VS Code, much easier. I mean, depending on what kind of coding you're doing, you don't necessarily need an IDE. So some people are really dependent on using IDEs for all of their coding. For certain tasks, you really don't need an IDE. Okay, so let's see if this actually works. Let's take a look at the mod list. So the mod list, So when we run split, it doesn't actually do anything. Hold on. Okay. Let's do a little bit of a lookup. Okay, let's see. Slate Shot says rewrite the raw input so it parses same, but you have different bodies so that you can use the innate methods. This stuff is so obfuscated. I mean, it's just a bunch of directions. We need to split them by each character, right? Actually, wait. How about we do it like this? So we'll just run a for loop. So mod list equals empty lists, and then we'll run. So for I in raw input, we're going to mod list raw input element 0. So that's the string. So that's the string. So that's going to be for each element in that string. We're going to do mod list.append. Mod list.append that thing. And then we're going to print out the mod list. Okay, let's see if it works. VS Code is not an IDE. Okay, so if VS Code is not an IDE, what is VS Code? I'm the real guy. Hello, nice to see you here. Can you put on some Nyan Cat? I'm afraid we can't put on some Nyan Cat, but I'll put on a little bit of music so that it's not just my voice. Just a second. How about we put on some of this for the first music list? Oh, that's a bit loud. Let's make it not so loud. Okay. All right, so we write that out, and then we'll do that again. Okay, so this is good. This is good. We've got each one of these directions as a separate item in the list. Okay, let's see. My idea was cool. I'm not into this. Okay, it is a DE, development environment, but not a full IDE. I'm sorry, I don't use these terms very often, so I don't really know the real definitions of IDE versus DEs. Sick in the Mind says Visual Studio is, but VS Code is more like just Notepad++ with plugins that make it function similar to an IDE. Okay, what just happened? So we just took the big string and we turned each item in the string into an individual item in a list. So the last thing we need to do is we need to get rid of the last item in this list, because the last item in the list is a new line. So we need to get rid of that. So mod list, is it pop? Mod list.pop to get rid of the last item. And then we'll print out the mod list again. Okay, let's see. Sorcerer says, here's a spicy take. VS Code is a spiritual successor to Emacs. This spiritual successor to Emacs, I don't really have too much of a team for this particular argument, but sure. New Claude one-shots this easy. New Claude one-shots this easy, but I mean that means that Claude is doing the work. We want to do the work, or at least we want to understand how the work is done, right? Okay, so we've got all of our directions now. So what we need to do is we need to write our function that keeps track of how many houses are being visited. So let's go ahead and write that function. So the function, we'll put it up here. I like to define all of my functions at the top of the script. Okay, so this is going to be def visited houses. That'll take in input in the form of a list. So for I in list do something. But before that, we need to define a couple of variables. Okay, Sorcerer says the joke is that every editor evolves not only into an IDE, but a full operating environment. Okay, so I am the real guy says IDE says integrated development environment. You want other tools in your text, it happens. Okay, so def visited houses list. So what we want to do is we want to keep track of positions. So the first position, current position, is going to be equal to 0, 0. Current position is going to be 0, 0, and then we're going to be modifying the current position. So current position is here, and what else do we need to keep track of? Current position and visited total is going to be the total number of visited houses. So it starts at 0 and it moves up from there. Direction. Yeah, we need to, well, we're going to be keeping track of direction in what is it? If else loop, or an if else condition. Okay, so Slay says delete every character until the last one, then rewrite the deleted every character. I'm not too sure I follow. Okay, Aiden says if this runs without errors, it's officially black magic. Well, I mean, it's probably not going to run without errors at first, because, you know, we're writing the program, we're trying to get it to do what we want. Okay, so for I in list, do something. If I is equal to this, then it has to do something. So I guess we're going to start with the north. Actually, okay, we can also do direction. Yeah, so direction equals direction or current direction. So current position and current direction are two different things that we're going to be keeping track of. So the current direction, it's going to be an empty string at first. So if I equals this, then current direction equals north. Well, we'll just do n for north. And then, let's see, so else if is it elif? Elif I is equal to, what is it, v? V is like down, right? Then current direction, oh, sorry, then. We don't need to put then. Current direction equals south. Okay, so Slaygot says, I'm not following. It looks like what the visited house function has got to do with the raw file. I wasn't following properly from the beginning. So we're currently doing this challenge over here. I don't know if you can see it if you're not logged in, but I'll give you the link anyways. Okay, so else if I is equal to v, then the current direction is south. Elif I is equal to this. So this is going to be current direction equals, what is that? West. Else current direction equals east. It's free. Yeah, it is. I mean, everything we cover on here is free unless otherwise, unless specifically noted, because, well, I want everybody in the community to be able to do the same exercises that I'm doing. Okay. So if for I in list, if all this stuff, we set our current direction, and then we do, if I is, actually, you know what? Maybe we don't need to set the current direction. We just need to set the current position. So current position, well, actually, maybe we do need to do current direction and current position, because the position needs to be, we need to also keep track of visited positions. And we're going to keep track of that in a list. Okay, Sick in the Mind says, so how does the program deal with direction values? Yeah, we're going to deal with that in just a sec. Oh, you know what? I think we need to define this stuff further down here because, actually, wait, no. We can define it up here. It should be okay. Okay. So Sick in the Mind says, that way the script won't flop on something silly like a character that didn't match, like the new line character. I think we've eliminated everything in the input that doesn't fit into these 4 directions, right? Maybe like 2 separate functions. I think. Let's see. Aiden says, I came for the stream state because of Python indentation. Python indentation controls my life now. Really now? Okay. Do you have a GitHub repo for this? Yeah, we have a GitHub repo for the previous stuff we've done. We have a GitHub repo for all the stuff that we've done on HackerFrogs. So I'll copy the link for you. Should be this. Okay, so visited positions is going to be equal to the empty list. So the current position is this. And we need to adjust the current position based on the direction. So current position starts at 0, 0. And then for each one of these directions, we set the direction. And then if current direction is equal to north, then something. If current direction is north, then current position equals, do we need to, okay, can we keep track of this in a single array, or do we need to separate out the array? Okay, C. Tullock says, just subscribed, I like your vibe, and I'm just a lowly IT tech, but I came here to learn. Well, no worries, no worries, thank you very much for coming by. So current position equals array. Can we modify the array? No, we can't modify arrays in Python, right? Let me just look this up real quick. Can we modify arrays in Python? Okay, so yes, arrays in Python are mutable, meaning that you can modify their elements, add new items, or remove existing ones after the array has been created. This applies to both the built-in arrays. Okay, so if we've got... I love GitHub for some reason. I mean, GitHub is a pretty cool website. And Bogar, hello, nice to see you here. You can modify arrays, but that is a tuple because you used and tuples are immutable. Oh, I thought those were arrays. I thought the stuff inside of this were arrays. But I mean, this is a list. So everything inside the square brackets is a list. Okay, so if current position, I guess we could make current position a list instead. And then, so I mean, I guess if we're using current position as a list, this would be the first element and this would be the second element. Okay, we got an ad running on, will you use map or replace? I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm not really too familiar with modifying lists in this way, but we've got an ad running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we will put on some birds, because I love my birds. So this is the first bird video of the stream. Here you go. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, Radek. Thank you. Okay. So let's see. So current position. So if it's north, then we need to modify the first one. So the first one, where we're assuming that north makes it, is going to add one. So current position equals current position, we're modifying the first element. So element 0 equals current position element 0 plus equals, well, can we do plus plus? Can we increment in Python with the double plus signs? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Eddie Trevino. Thank you. My cat was loving that bird video. I'm sure he was, John. Okay, see, so Sharman says, would it be better if we use 2D coordinates for x, y? For visit positions, we can increase, decrease unit values for northeast and south and west. Okay, no you can't? Okay, so I guess we have to do plus equals 1. Current position 0 is plus equals 1, and then write out the rest of this. Elif current direction equals, oh, okay, so it can't be n like this, it has to be a string. Okay, so n like this, This would be south. Current position, element 0, minus equals 1. Oh. Okay, sorry. We need to space everything correctly. Okay, and another elif. Elif current direction equals west. Then current position element 1. So west is minus 1, right? So minus 1. Else current direction else, and then current direction something something. Current position. Okay, so let's see. Alfred asks, what is the meaning of initializing v in the if statement? So v in the if statement. So the if statement, we've got directions. So the directions are going to be either up or down or left or right. And thank you very much, Tech By and John and Captain Curry for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay. Okay, Charman says, yes, something like that. Plus and minus for opposite directions, and x and y for both axes, west and east and north and south. Okay, Bogar says, will the array count as north is 1, 1 and west is minus 1, 0, 1? I'm thinking like a graphing calculator. I'm thinking like that as well, and hopefully it works out that our positions are going to be okay. And okay, so else current position element 1 is going to be plus equals 1. So this is the north and south versus the east and west. And then for the last thing we want to do is we want to add the current position to the visited positions. So visited positions dot append current position. Okay, so this, I mean, we're pretty much all the way there. So the last thing we need to do is we need to total up all of the unique locations inside of visited positions, and then add that, and then set that to the visited total. So those are going to be the last parts of the function. So let's see. Let's separate it out a little bit, and let's do a little bit of documentation so that we know what's going on here. So set the directions, and this part is so set the direction and set the position. Aiden, yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for letting me know how many subscribers I have. Okay, your implementation of 2D grid logic makes sense. Thank you. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible because, you know, I'm a simple person. I try to solve the problem in as least complicated a way as I can. But, you know, these kind of problems challenge my ability to do that because, you know, because I come from an art background. I don't come from a computer science background. Okay, so this last thing, this thing is going to add the position to the visited list, and the next thing is going to total up the unique visited locations. Okay, and then how do we run that through the list in Python? So Python list unique values. Okay, so you can obtain unique values from a list in Python using built-in functions like set or dictionary from keys. So what is set? Set is order preserved. No, the order is lost. So this just gets the unique entries, I think. Is it Ubuntu? Is this Ubuntu? No, I'm currently working inside of Kali Linux because Kali Linux has all of my security stuff. So just run the set method. Is that it? So visited positions set, and then we put the number of items in visited positions into as a total. Is this the year of Linux? Is this the year of Linux? Well, I hope so. I do like using Linux. Okay, so visited positions, visited total, right? Visited total equals the length of visited positions. Okay. Ubuntu is so smooth. I mean, I've used Ubuntu a couple of times. I don't really use it very often. So I can't really speak to that. Okay, visited total. We're going to return visited total. And then, so the last thing we're going to do is we're just going to print out the result of, what do we call this thing? We call this thing visited houses. With the mod list. Okay, and let's see if this actually works, or if not, we're going to have to go in and debug it. Okay. Invalid syntax. So current position 0 equals current position 0 plus equals 1. Okay, so how do we, how can we do math inside of the list? I wish you were a gamer. Well, I mean, I am a gamer, but my channel is more about teaching cybersecurity skills and like tech stuff. We do gaming every once in a while. So this is invalid syntax plus equals 1. Doesn't like that. Oh, you know what? I think, well, I mean, it's not because of the data types, because the data types for current position, these should be integers. So the current this is the correct syntax. Current position 0 plus equals 1. I thought that's what I had. Hold on. Oh. Okay. We need to add the extra stuff. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. Current position 0. Oh, okay. Plus equals 1. It's minus equals 1 in this case. So minus equals 1. This is going to be Okay, thank you very much, Reno Pell, and Saeed Musafir, and Jorge Davila. Thank you very much for your subscriptions on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Why do you always use Nano for code editing? I mean, Nano is it's pretty easy for me to navigate, and I never really learned all that much about how to use Vi or Vim. So that's why I use Nano. And I also teach Nano to beginner students. Okay, so this still says it's invalid syntax. This is line 18. Okay, so line 18, current position 0 equals current position 0 plus, Oh, plus 1. Okay, so it's plus 1, it's not plus equals 1. Alright, let's go back. Plus 1, minus 1, minus 1, plus 1. Okay, let's try it again. Row 20, misspelled current. Thank you, blow my mind. Yeah, we've got a special emote for that on Twitch. It's this one. The typo emote. Okay, so this is misspelled current on line 20. So line 20, current position, yeah. Thank you very much for letting me know about the typo. If you make typos, you do not get to run the code properly, and then you are very sad. Let's, visit position set. List object is not callable. List object is not callable. This is line 28. Okay, so how do we run the? Is this a function? Using set. So using set is the fastest. Order is not preserved. List set. Okay, set is a function. It's not a method. Visit possessions equals visited or set of visited positions. Okay, so the home of the Commodore Amiga. I know I had a friend who had a Commodore Amiga way back when. Devoted to keeping the memory of the Amiga alive, guides to Amiga emulation in the real Amiga. Okay, I'm coding so I can become an astronaut. Good luck with your dream of becoming an astronaut. The Amiga community is a vibrant, welcoming, friendly, and passionate group of individuals who share a common love for the Amiga computer platform. Awesome. Okay, so let's see. Sharma says, change line 26 to something like visit positions.append, tuple current position. Line 26, append. So current position is a list, right? Current position is a list. Tuple of current position. I don't know if, do we need to do that? Hold on. So after we do this, unhashable type list. So this is still line 28. Visit positions equals set of visited positions. It doesn't like this. Okay, so Second Mind says, I'm quiet because I'm also working on it for fun. No worries, no worries. Thank you very much for being in the chat, Second Mind. Okay, so visit positions equals set of visit positions, but it doesn't like this. It says, line 28, unhashable type list. Wait. You're supposed to run set with the list. So I'm not too sure why it doesn't like this. So Sharma says, set uses hashing. You have to convert your coordinates into a tuple, which is a list that can't be changed. I mean, what is the easiest way to get around this? Alfred says, how to be productive. I know I'm capable of learning, but once I felt discomfort, I phased out all the motivation. So I mean, when you get bored of doing one type of study, you can shift to studying something else, because usually a change is as good as a break. No, tuples cannot change. Okay, so we want to get the unique set of. So set isn't going to work. We need to look to some other alternative. So we got some loop with a new list. A loop with a new list. Okay, using dict from keys, order preserved. So my list is going to equal this. If we use unique values equals lists dict from keys my lists, then it's going to only print out the unique values. Original order preserved. I mean, yeah, we can give it a try. So list, so it's list. Okay. Let's give this a try. Okay, non-Euclidean says like this, if not current position in visited positions. You can store, Aiden says you can store each direction as X and Y changes in the dictionary, so the movement is easier to manage. Solving internet puzzles, that's what we're doing. AI agent says, is there a way to access an API endpoint without the correct token? If it requires authorization, then no. Okay, what is your first language? Are we talking about programming languages? If it's programming languages, then it's Python. Okay, so visit positions equals. So list dict from keys visited positions. And let's see if this works. Okay, did we write it? Write that out. Now we've got unhashable type list. So dict from keys also hashes it? Huh, that's unfortunate. Wild Radio, hello, nice to see you here. So let's see, Fractal Infinitas says, instead of storing the coordinates as a list, that is 0, 0, store them as a tuple. You can still reference elements with the list index. Well, I mean, I avoided using the tuple because people said that you weren't able to modify the contents of tuples. Okay, so JC says, avoid the lists entirely, no duplicate checks needed mid-loop. Test it with small sample. Should return 4 unique houses. Okay. If you use set, it's not immutable. So, unhashable type. So, I mean, the lists, we can't hash the lists. Python lists, return unique values, list content, other lists. Okay, to get a list of all unique values from a list that contains other lists, you need to first flatten the nested list into a single list, and then convert that list into a set to remove the duplicates. Okay, so what do they want us to do? Use a set comprehension, most efficient in Pythonic. So this method is concise and creates a set with all unique elements in one step. You can then convert it back into a list if necessary. So list of lists is going to be, yeah, it looks like this. Creative Mike, nice to see you here. Thank you for the greetings. So use a set comprehension to flatten and collect unique items. unique value set equals item for sublist in list of lists. For item in sublist, then convert the set back to a list. Optional. This order is not guaranteed. Okay, print unique lists values list, unique values list. All right, let me grab this line of code, and then we'll see if we can work with this. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is, so we're dealing with line 28. Total up the unique visited locations. Add the current position to the visited list. Okay, so this is where the problems come in. So let's just call this unique values set. So item for sublist in list of lists, but list of lists is actually called visited positions. For item in sublist. And let's just try printing that out. Print unique values set. Okay. Can you give me a link to the challenges? Yeah. So the link to the challenge is over here. This is day 3. If you haven't done the other days, I'm not too sure if you're going to be able to see the web page. Okay, so unique value set. What do we have here? This doesn't seem to get me what I want. Hold on. I just want to do a little bit of a sanity check. So the sanity check is going to involve printing out the visited positions. Just to make sure that the list is going to be what we want it to be. Let's see. Universal Radio Research is pleased to sponsor this informative for radio enthusiasts. Marconi Bay, are you an advertisement bot? Okay. Let's see. The top of the file, just to see that the starting coordinate was accidentally left as a list. So the starting coordinate, current position. So current position is 0, 0. And the visited positions is an empty list. So the current position is always going to be... Yeah, this should be correct. Okay, use a complex extra number for position, easy indexing afterwards. Okay, so I think something's going wrong here. Because the visited positions only ever has... Oh, you know what? But we did append, right? We did visited positions.append current position. Print visited positions after each. Is this part of the... Oh, you know what? So this is part of the for loop, so I don't see why all of the items aren't being added. Love your videos. Thank you very much, Aiden. Thank you. You didn't use visit positions.append tuple current position. Okay, so let's see. Tuple current position. Doodad, this is a tuple. Okay, and well, I mean, these are tuples, yeah. But I was expecting that for I in list, it should be doing this multiple times. Because the list is really big. Or at least I thought it was. So print visited houses mod list. So mod list.pop. So mod list should be, let's just print out the mod list here. I need to make sure that the stuff in these variables are what I expect them to be. Two Galander says, where is this challenge from? So this challenge is from Advent of Code 2015 over here. Okay, so for I in the list, there's something flawed in the programming logic here. So for I in the list, we set the current direction. So the current direction is going to be north or south or west or east. Then set the position. If current direction is equal to north, yeah, I think it's getting mixed up over here. Okay, Tanjiro, hi, nice to see you here. And let's see. A platform for DX cluster and DX spots. Okay, Sharma says online 3 change something. So visited positions equals an empty list. So I mean, what do you want to change it to? Visited positions. The other thing I need to make sure that I'm doing is that visited positions isn't misspelled anywhere. Because, yeah, no, it's not misspelled in here. Visited positions. Marconi Bay is my favorite bot so far. Marconi Bay, can you verify that you're not a bot? Just say not a bot. That's all we need from you, thank you. Hey, can you tell how I can start hacking? Yeah, we've got a website for that. Get into cyber. Check out the link over here. Okay. Visited positions equals tuple current position. I mean, we are adding that as a tuple right now. So if you see over here, we got a tuple. Blow My Mind says totally a bot. Well, we'll see what Marconi Bay says next. And if it's bot-like, then not a bot. Sorry for the trouble. Well, thank you very much for letting us know. Okay. So current position. So there's something wrong in the programming logic. So I guess for each one of these, we want to print current position. Print current position. And we want to print current direction as well, just to make sure it's working. And it's not defaulting to all this stuff. Okay. We got north. We've got north. We've got... So this seems to be working, but it only does this once. So for ion list, this should be doing it many, many times. But it's only doing it once. So for ion list, it's interpreting all of this stuff as one thing. The list that we give it is mod list, and mod list has a bunch of different elements in it. So I don't understand why the for loop only runs once. Maybe it's an indentation error. Maybe. Okay, thank you very much, Mortal D. Thank you. Print length of visited. Yeah. Okay, so the indentation is like this. For I in lists, we've got our big if statement that sets the direction. And then we've got an if statement that sets the position. That modifies the current position. All in all, it's a fun puzzle. Well, I mean, I hope we're having fun. Okay, so we got all of these directions here. We see that the direction has been set to north. And then, yeah, it's got to be something like super basic that I'm missing here. So the position is set to 0, 0. Visited positions is empty. Visited total is empty. Current direction is empty. For I in list, if I is equal to... This seems to work. This seems to work. It does set the direction properly. So we can get rid of this. And then we set the position. Okay, if current direction equals n, then we change the current position first element by 1. And it seems to work because it was changed. So these two things both work. Okay, and then does your code understand the east value? So the east value, the east value is the else catch. So else current direction equals east, and then else current position first element, well, element 1 plus 1. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Joseph Marcetti. Thank you. Okay. So, check line 35. So line 35 is file path equals input .txt. So this is where we get our input from. And then we populate a list with the file contents. Length of visited positions. The length of visited positions is only 1. So, okay. You know what? I'm gonna take my current code. I'll give it to our good friend the AI, and maybe it can spot what's wrong with the code. It's gonna give us a lot of great suggestions, I'm sure. But I really want to figure out why this thing only runs once. Line 32, your return visited total statement is indented inside the for loop. Oh, you know what? You're right. You're right. Let's go back. So line 32. This is... Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's what's going wrong. So visited positions, append. Oh, okay. So visited total equals the length of visited positions, and then return visited total. So it was an indentation error. Okay. Then we'll try this again now. Okay. So what we're seeing right now is the print that's going on in here. So print unique value set. So we can get rid of this. so visited total equals the length of unique values set. Unique values set, and then return visited total. Okay, so we don't we don't need to print this out each time. We're just going to get rid of this line because I don't think we need this. So I think we managed to figure. I think we've got this going okay. All right, we're just going to quit out of this. Thank you very much for subscribing, Manx. Huh. Okay, so print mod list. We can get rid of this. Print visited houses mod list. So this is the only print statement inside of the program now, right? Okay, and if nothing prints out after this, oh, 146. This actually takes a while to calculate. But it does come out to 146. We'll submit that this is the answer. Hopefully this is correct. Okay? We'll go back in here. We will put in 146. Submit. That's not the right answer. Your answer is too low. Okay. Too low. Hex Psycho is rating with a party of 6. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we got the wrong answer. And thank you very much for rating Hex Psycho. Let's give Hex Psycho a shout out. Shout out Hex Psycho. Please give Hex Psycho a follow. Thank you. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Fisher. Hex Psycho, what were you getting up to on your stream? Okay, so it said that the value was too low. But I'm not too sure why. Want the answer? Or are you completing? I'm trying to figure it out on my own. But thank you. You were doing the backend 2 box from Hack the Box. Awesome, awesome. Great to hear. Okay, visited total equals 0. Actually, I think we need to add 1. We need to add 1 to the total. Because the first... So the visited total is going to be always going to be +1 because the current position counts as 1. But then again, current position, yeah, because there's always going to we always start at 1 and then we need to add to the total. So the last thing we need to do is we need to raise visited total by +1. Okay, so visited total equals visited total +1. Print visited total. Okay, this should work. This should work. I think we're just not. We weren't including the fact that. Oh, visited total. Oh no. Okay, let's add it to this. Visited total in here equals visited total +1. Okay, and then we will get rid of this line. And now it should work. Okay, Debug asks, do you ever do pen tests on request? Pen tests on request, that sounds very, you can't really do pen testing on, you can't pen test anybody's actual infrastructure on stream because it's a very, yeah, that's not a very, there's a lot of legal trouble that comes with that. 147 wasn't that the total that we got before? Visited, okay, so visited total equals the length of unique values set, and then visited total equals visited total plus 1. Return visited total, it should be 1 more, but isn't this the same number we got last time? Where do I get started? Where do you get the basics to how hacking is? Yeah, let me give you a website you can look at. Get into cyber. 146 was the last number. Okay, okay. Let's give it a try. So 146 to 147. Submit. That's not the right answer. It still says that the answer is too low. So I wonder what is actually going wrong here. Thank you very much, Boss, for subscribing on YouTube, and Dragon Speed for following on Twitch. And Glannis or Giannis, I can't read that, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. You yap too much? Listen, Aiden. Yap as much as you want. That's what I have to say. So why is the total still too low? What are your habits to get better at it? It as in hacking? Take a lot of notes. Definitely take notes for every exercise that you complete. Okay, so I guess what we need to do, so append the tuple of the current position. Set up the unique visited locations, unique value set, visited total, okay, visited positions. How about after this, total up the unique visited locations. How about we put that on another indent like this? This might change the answer. Okay, Sick in the Mind says it wasn't too difficult. Hey, good to hear that you managed to get it done. Still says 147. Okay, we'll try giving it to the AI. Maybe the AI can identify where something's going wrong here. Okay. Alright, AI, solve all of my problems. But it didn't say anything special. I made it draw a graph too. I mean, you probably have a leg up when it comes to the next part of the challenge. Alright, so I'm doing a coding challenge, but the site says that my answer is too low. What could be happening in my Python script? Okay. What was your answer, by the way? My answer was 147, but I'm pretty sure that everybody gets a different set of input, so I don't know if it works. So your logic for moving Santa is correct, but the bug is in how you count unique houses. Right now you're getting too low because unique value set for this, it's not counting unique positions x, y, it's flattening the coordinates and counting unique coordinate values. So individual x and y numbers, which is wrong. Okay. So you store each position as a tuple. So the visited positions looks like this. But then you do this. Okay. So the tuples aren't kept together. So, and length unique value set is not the number of distinct houses. That's why I used set. But I mean, I wasn't able to use set because maybe I should use set in here now. Hold on. Okay, so I can just do visited.add xy. Let's see if I can do unique value set equals set of, let's comment this out first. Unique values set equals visited positions set of visited positions, and then retrieve the length of unique values set. Or is it going to give you, or is it going to give us an error? Let's see. Do you have Discord? Yeah, we do have Discord. Let me do you even know what a derb is? What is a derb? That is a, so we got Discord, we got Reddit. Oh, okay. We get a different result now. So now the result is 2081. So let's try submitting this one. It'd be nice if we could solve this. Submit. That's the right answer. Okay. So we managed to get the right answer after working for a little bit more than an hour. Okay. Keystrokes going crazy. All right, let's go ahead and finish this out. So the code works now. So we're just gonna cat it out, and we're going to record the code. I think the code needs to be commented a little bit more, but the code works. Let's copy this. Let's record it in our GitHub, and then we can move on to the next part of today's stream. So edit this. Type ls in your console. Let us see your folders. Let us see your folders. I don't. There's nothing super special in the folders, but I mean, I'll do it for you if you like. Okay, so I mean, what do we have in here? Not very much. We just have our Python file and our input file. So this part's done. We're going to be, for the next part of today's stream, we're going to go for about 45 minutes. And we're going to be, well, it's just going to be me learning a little bit more about another coding language. So in this case, we're going to be learning about JavaScript over at our favorite platform. And our favorite platform is Codecademy. So if you want to check this out, it is Codecademy's Introduction to JavaScript course. No, in your console. Harbinger of Thoughts, your language is a little bit aggressive. Why do you want me to show people my folders on stream? What the heck are you on about? Okay, so I got to the point in JavaScript where we're learning about do-while statements. So I mean, these are while loops as I know them in Python, but we're going to be talking about how we do them inside of JavaScript. I find that there are a lot of similarities between JavaScript and Python. Like I've said a few times before, if you know one programming language, then learning the next programming language should be easier. Okay, so topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. Okay. A lot of similarities in all of them. Harbinger of Thoughts, of course you prefer Temple OS. You're a troll. Okay, Debugs asks, why do you get such a weird YouTube audience? Feel bad for you. I mean, it's because the YouTube audience is a lot larger, and if you have a larger audience, you get a lot more of every kind of person. Okay, so how do these while loops go? Harbinger of Thought says, you vibe code, buddy, it's obvious. What if I do vibe code, Harbinger of Thoughts? Do you think Do you think less of me because I vibe code? Are you better than me? Mr., Temple OS enjoyer, of course. Tegalander says, thank you for your stream. I enjoy, but I need to leave. Getting late here in Portugal. Nice coding. Okay, Harbinger of Thoughts. You obviously don't want to be here, so I'll show you the door. Okay, so let's see. So what does the do while statement look like? So let count string equal empty string, okay, and then let I equal 0. And then do count string equals count string plus 1, I plus plus, while I is less than 5. So polite of you. Yeah, I can only take so much trolling, so gotta keep the chat clean. Okay, so in this example, the code block makes changes to the count string variable by appending the string I, string form of the I variable to it. First the code block after the do keyword is executed once, then the code is evaluated. Okay, note that the while and do while loops are different. Unlike the while loops, do while will run at least once. Oh, okay. Whether or not the condition evaluates to true. So constant first message, I will print. Constant second message, I will not print. So a do while with the stopping condition that evaluates to false. Do console.log first message while true is not equal to, well, true is equal to false. Okay, Philip Zeffy says, don't let chat upset you. I love your streams. Thank you very much for doing this. I mean, I'd like to keep my chat clean, so if there are obvious trolls and people who don't want to be here, I need to get rid of them. Okay, Aiden says, gotta go for today. Good luck with the coding and the hacking. Hey, nice to see you here, Aiden, and I'll see you next time. Okay, so to exit out of an infinite loop in an exercise, refresh the page and then fix the code for your loops. So instructions. We'd like a program to simulate part of the cake baking process, sure. Depending on the recipe, a different number of cups of sugar are required. Create the variable cups of sugar needed and assign it a number of your choosing. Okay, so this one is... I'm assuming this is going to be a constant. Cups of sugar needed. And assign it to a number of your choosing. So, cups of sugar needed equals, I don't know, 3? Okay, Zenoodle Omar. So is this actual hacking or just training? Bit curious, because I'm studying for a cybersecurity at my college. So this is, well, I mean, we've got a bunch of different stuff going on each one of our streams. So if you want to take a look at the schedule we've got for today, take a look at the Friday schedule over here. So we're currently doing some programming stuff because, well, I mean, I want to learn JavaScript. I hope you watching me learn JavaScript will be kind of entertaining. You can ask questions while I'm doing my coding, of course. We just finished doing some coding, a coding challenge with Python, and then we're going to be learning how to do Linux OS operations in about 38 minutes or so. Second of Mine says, learning JavaScript is vital for learning how to craft XSS payloads. So yeah, I mean, you can learn web app security without learning JavaScript, but knowing JavaScript is going to make your life easier when you're looking at code, especially when you're dealing with JavaScript, such as when you're dealing with cross-site scripting and deploying your own code as well. Oh, sorry, where were we? Over here. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Geiger for Denantes. Okay, so the cups of sugar must be added to the batter at one time. Declare the variable cups added and assign it value 0. Okay, so I think we use let here, right? Let cups added equals 0. Okay. I had a pen tester that was ready to close a CSRF, finding it on an application. Let's see. Wild Radio says, your live streams are helpful for my own learning. Also, a fun hangout. Thank you. Thank you very much, Wild Radio. Sick of the Mind says, I advised him that while XSS is valid, he is not able to close or consider a CSRF finding as remediated. And was that because he was not able to write like a proper payload and include it in the report? Okay, so assigned the value 0. I think that should be it, right? Okay. So we have a sweet tooth, so we want to add at least 1 cup of sugar to the batter, even if the value of cups of sugar needed is 0. Oh, okay. So create a do-while loop which increments cups added by 1, while cups added is less than cups of sugar needed. Oh, he didn't try to use cross-site scripting. So he decided to... okay. Because he wasn't able to use to get it like a proper cross-site scripting payload working. He wasn't able to list the CSRF vulnerability as what is the word? Unresolved. Okay, so let's see. To help us visualize the output on each iteration of the loop, add a console log within the do-while block and then log the value of cups added after it's incremented. Okay, so I guess we can put it over here. So what does this look like? So do while. So do something while something else. Okay. Second of Mind says, I walked him through using the XSS payload to show the client that the CSRF was still vulnerable and that they can't close the finding until they address the other findings. That was very generous of you. I guess was the colleague you were helping like a junior pen tester, or were they on the same level? Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we will put on the birds. So how about... I mean, this isn't a bird, but it's a pretty fun video. Okay, here's a happy little squirrel. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. But enjoy the music and enjoy the squirrel. Okay, let's get back to the coding. So do while cups of sugar needed is less than cups added. Less than cups added. So this is going to be cups of sugar needed plus 1, or cups added plus 1. Okay, let's check. We want to add at least 1 cup of sugar, even if the value of cups of sugar needed is 0. So create a do while loop which increments cups added by 1. Cups added plus plus, like this. That's not how you spell cups. Okay, plus plus while cups of sugar needed is less than cups added. Cups added is less than cups of sugar needed. Yeah. Okay. I think this is okay. We'll run it. Okay, it looks like I didn't do it correctly. Okay, so the do while loop is here. Okay, let's see. Oh, wine. Marconi, yeah. So, do while loop, which increments cups added. Increment it. Do while cups of sugar needed is less than cups added. In order to help us visualize the output on each iteration of the loop, add a console log within the do while block and log the value of cups added after it is incremented. Okay, so let's do that. So cups added plus and then console.log cups added. Okay. And then run it again. 1. So that continues to run as long as cups added is less than cups of sugar needed. Okay, did I get this in reverse again? Okay, I did get it mixed up. Okay, so what programming language are you currently learning? So this is JavaScript. So I'm currently doing this course over at Codecademy. It's a free course. Everything we do on this channel is going to be free unless specifically not free. Okay, the break keyword. So imagine we're looking to adopt a dog. We plan to go to the shelter every day for a year and then give up. But what if we meet our dream dog on day 65? We don't want to keep going to the shelter for the next 300 days just because of our original plan. Original plan was to go for the whole year. In our code, when we want to stop a loop from continuing to execute, even though the original stopping condition we wrote for our loop hasn't been met, we can use the keyword break. Okay, so I'm guessing that the keyword break it works just like the keyword break inside of Python, which is the program that the programming language that I know better. Okay, let's check out the syntax of the break keyword. So if something, then break. Okay, good. This is the output for the code above. Banana, banana, banana. Orangey glad I broke out of the loop. Great. Let's just skip to the instructions. So log each element for the wrapper array using a for loop. Okay, so for I in wrapper array, do something. So for I in wrapper array, console.log I. So I think this is how you do it. C programming language. Okay, let's run this. This isn't how you do. Oh, you know what? Okay, so everything in JavaScript has to be wrapped up with the parentheses. What's going on here? So I'm just going to be practicing some JavaScript or learning about some JavaScript stuff for the next 30 minutes or so. So did you add a for loop in main.js? Make sure to add all 3 expressions between the parentheses. So, okay. Log each element from wrapper array using a for loop. So the for loop is here. So for I in wrapper array, console.log I. What am I doing wrong? Oh, okay. So I is actually pointing to. It's not pointing to the. This is just pointing to the position. Okay. Philip Zeffy says each element you might have 3 lines of code. So for I in wrapper array, console log. Console log. Now, how do we get the JavaScript to print out the actual contents of the array? Thank you very much for becoming a member on YouTube. Dark Kevin, thank you. Very much appreciated. I don't think that's how you do the wrapper array I. Console.log wrapper array I. Let's give it a try. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. R. Alcala, thank you. Run this thing. Okay, this is... Yeah, I mean, we're getting exactly what we want, but make sure to add all 3 expressions between the parentheses. So for I in wrapper array, just started code. This is the perfect channel. Thank you, thank you. You never declared I and you need to use a condition. So Jug Pearl, hello, nice to see you here. You never declared I. So I mean, I'm coming at this from a Python point of view. I thought that I in wrapper array would be for each item in the wrapper array, but I wonder. So it doesn't like this. I'm actually printing out exactly what they want. Log each element from wrapper array using a for loop. I don't think I can fulfill your request, Shari Singh. And it's not exactly what we do over here. So log each element from wrapper array using a for loop. So our for loop is here. So for I in wrapper array, console log that thing. Cyberner Dante, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Cyberner Dante, do you do live streaming? I could have sworn I saw you do live streaming before. Okay. Let's take a look at the solution and see what they actually want us to do, because so they want us to do. Oh, they want the full thing. Okay, they want the let something and then the length of the array. Ah, okay. So this is the format they want. Okay, just a second. Let me just copy this. Okay, Aiden, yeah, of course I remember you. Jugpearl says, in Python this works, but in JS you need to declare I and have a condition. So the for loop it looks like this. So for let I equals 0, I is less than wrapper array dot length I plus plus, then do the thing. Right? Hold on. I think we don't need to do this twice. Okay, so this is what they want. Yeah, this is what they want. Okay, Simon says, I turned on my live stream once last year to test it out. My computer was way too slow, though. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Just kidding, your stream's title is about hacking. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be doing some hacking challenges a little bit later. But today is mostly educational stuff. So we're going to be learning about, well, we're learning about programming languages right now. We're going to be learning more about Linux a little bit later. Okay, so after the for loop, log the string, and if you don't know, now you know, to the console. Know that since there's a single quote character in our string, we can use double quotes around the string to make sure that the character prints. Okay, so console.log. And if you don't know, now you know. Hunting websites? Hacking websites? Okay. Well, I mean, we'll probably go over some web app stuff near the end of the stream. So, I mean, that's probably going to happen in about, how many hours? In about 3 hours or so. So come back in 3 hours, and we'll be doing hacking of websites. Okay, Hunting Bird. Hello, nice to see you here. All right, so run this thing. Okay, that's good. So add a break inside your loops block that breaks out of the loop if the current element in the current index is in the wrapper array is notorious BIG. Okay, so log out the element before breaking out of the loop. Log the element before breaking out of the loop. So I guess we need to put it in over here. So console log if wrapper array I is equal to, what was it, notorious BIG? Then do something. Then break. Okay. Vicente Felipe, do not use JavaScript. Instead, use C#. Well, I mean, we can't always choose to use C#, especially when we're dealing stuff with the with web applications. Okay, so Suicidal Teddy says, also don't use JavaScript. I use Rust and Python. C# doesn't support Web3. Go on with Python or Golang. Okay. Hanky Loudwig says you need console.log inside of this segment. So the segment is, so for this thing, console.log, if wrapper array is equal to notorious BIG, then break. And I think this should work. But we need to put these between some parentheses, because it really likes the parentheses. Okay, good. Okay, so that's done. We can move on to the next thing. Review, great. Yankee Loudwood says it works if the first element is the knock. NOC? What does NOC stand for here? Okay, so what did we learn? So loops perform repetitive actions. We learned how to write for loops. We learned how to use a for loop to iterate through an array. And a nested loop for the for loop is doing the loop KKK, and then while loops, do while loops, break. Move on to the next thing. Okay, Suicidal Teddy says, would coding them in a variable, and this printing the variable, look better through thoughts? I'm not too sure about that. Okay, what's the next section going to be? Not paying right now for Codecademy. Higher order functions. So we often are unaware of the number of assumptions that we make when we are communicating in our native languages. So what if we told you to count to 3, and we expect you to say the numbers 1, 2, and 3? So we got our little for loop. So are they teaching us to create functions in this section? Using abstraction allows us to write more modular code, which is easier to read and debug. Okay, let's move on. So functions as data. Okay, so we are creating functions in here. Dang, that's a lot of a lot of curly brackets. So JavaScript functions behave like any other data type in the language, and we can assign functions to variables, and we can reassign them to new variables. Great. We have an annoyingly long function name that hurts the readability of any code. Constant announce that I am doing important work. That's great. Okay. Let's pretend this function does important work and needs to be called repeatedly. To rename the function without sacrificing the source code, we can reassign the function to a variable with a suitably shorter name. Oh, okay. So this is something like aliasing in Python, right? So busy is a variable that holds a reference to our original function. So constant busy equals this function. Okay, cool. So in JavaScript, functions are first-class objects. That means, like other objects we've encountered, JavaScript functions can have properties and methods. So since functions are a type of object, they have properties such as length and name, and methods such as toString. Okay, Shari Singh asks, do you have a playlist for learning useful things? Yeah, I mean, if you go into the YouTube channel for my channel, there's a bunch of different playlists that you can take a look at. Okay, so we've defined a function with a very long name. Check that 2 plus 2 equals 4 a million times. Okay. This function takes a really long time to execute. It checks whether 2 plus 2 equals 4, but it does it a million times, just to be really sure. So using constant, declare a shorter variable, a shorter named variable is 2 plus 2. That is easier to work with. Okay, and assign, check that 2 plus 2 equals 4 a million times as the value. Okay, so constant is 2 plus 2 equals this thing. Okay, and thank you very much, Eric Weeder, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, that should be good. And then the next step is to invoke your 2 is 2 plus 2 function. Okay, and then is 2 plus 2. So to invoke a function, we need to put our parentheses, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, we don't need anything for this function. Run it. Done. Okay, Jay YouTube says, do you use AI to develop reverse engineering? I mean, you can certainly use AI to help you answer questions about stuff that you find while you're doing your reverse engineering. I wouldn't, I mean, for education's sake, I wouldn't just feed the entire output of whatever you find, but just little bits. Okay. If we forgot the original name of our function, is there a way we could figure it out? So use is 2 plus 2 to log the name property of the function we assigned to is 2 plus 2. Okay, so here, console.log. Thank you very much. Josie for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Console.log is 2 plus 2 dot name. I think this is how you do it. Run it. Yeah, this is what we wanted. Okay, move on to the next thing. Functions as parameters. So recall that a parameter is a placeholder for the data that gets passed into a function. Since functions can behave like any other type of data in JavaScript, it may not be a surprise to learn that functions can accept other functions as parameters. I don't like this too much. Okay, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Jay. Much appreciated. Thank you. So a higher ordered function is a function that accepts functions as parameters, returns a function, or both. we call functions that get passed in as parameters called callback functions. So callback functions get invoked during the execution of higher order functions. Brood Fable says JS is both the blessing and the curse of web dev. I mean, it's pretty much the only choice you have. Well, I mean, it's not the only choice you have, but it's the choice that most people use. Okay, when we invoke a higher order function and pass another function as an argument, we don't invoke the argument function. Invoking it would evaluate to passing it. Oh, so how do we do it? With callback functions, we pass in the function itself by typing the function name without the parentheses. Okay, so if you got higher order function, parameter, param, oh, okay. So param is the function name. JS is a loving language. Sure is. Just a second, everybody. I have to clear my throat. Okay, so let's see. Higher order function, parameter. Parameter return. I have just invoked param.name as a callback function. Constant another function. So another function takes in no parameters. Return, I'm being invoked by the higher order function. I'm being invoked by the higher order function. Okay, remember to drink coffee and water. +1 subs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we wrote a higher order function, higher order func, that accepts a single parameter param inside the body. Param gets invoked using parentheses. And finally, a string is returned, telling us that the name of the callback function was passed in. Below the higher order function, we have another function aptly named another function. Then we invoke higher order func, passing in another func as its argument. Okay, higher order function is going to be a for loop. So for I while I is less than 10, console.log I, which means just log a bunch of numbers. Okay, network attached storage. In this example, we invoked higher order function with an anonymous function, a function without a name, that counts to 10. Anonymous functions can be arguments too. So I mean, I'm not all that crazy about anonymous functions because anonymous functions can get kind of weird. I prefer like properly defined functions, but JavaScript like allows this kind of stuff, so I guess that's how it goes. Be back in 3 hours. No worries. I'll see you in 3 hours. So here we have a function add2 that adds 2 to whatever's passed to it. Below that, we've created what will be a higher order function, check consistent output. The purpose of the higher order function will be to check the work of add2. Let's get started. So to begin with, inside of the body of check consistent output, declare 2 constant variables, check A and check B. Okay, so Vicente Felipe says you can use C# for building a diverse array of applications, from enterprise software to video games. I mean, why are you only promoting C#? You can have a favorite language, but it's a bit weird if you're just constantly typing messages about it. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Foaz and Ninos Yokana, thank you. Okay, so let's see. Inside the body of check consistent output, okay, so that's here. We need constant check A and then constant check B. Check A stores the sum value plus 2. So check A is val plus 2. and check B is... Durden says, how do I learn Java without coming... Pardon me? Durden, what are you talking about? Okay, check B is equal to invocation to the func callback with the val as with value as the argument. So func val. I think this is what I want us to do. Okay, and then we'll check our work. So next, below the variables, write a conditional statement that checks if the value of check A is equal to the value of check B. Okay, below the variables, write a conditional statement. Okay, I've noticed that the music has stopped playing, so I'm just going to put on some new music. Okay, Trill Hit Up Production says, I want to learn C++ for Unreal. Yeah, I mean, learn the computer language that is going to get your stuff done. So, Marconi Bay, I'm really wondering why you're constantly spamming messages. Because the more you spam messages in the chat, the less likely that I'm going to be able to see legitimate people who have questions. So I request you stop doing that. Azraful, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And Trillhita, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so next, below the variables, write a conditional statement that checks if the value of check A is equal to the value of check B. If false, return the string inconsistent results. Okay, so that's going to be if something, then something. So if return the string inconsistent results. Okay, so Trill Hit Up Production says, IT for 17 years, never took up coding oddly enough. I did buy courses on Udemy and built my own website using HTML5, JavaScript, CSS, have to learn React. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, welcome to the stream, Trill Hitta. Nice to see you here. Ashra Full says, "What are you doing?" So we're just currently doing a little bit of coding for the next 4 minutes or so, and then we're going to move on to the next topic. So in the next topic, we're going to be talking about how to do basic stuff inside of Linux. So look forward to that. Okay, and Marconi, no worries about the spam. It's just that if you spam too much, I can't see the other messages from the other chatters. China Maldita, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so the check is going to be if check A is not equal to check B. That's how, I mean, this is how you write it, right? The syntax might be wrong. Okay, does your conditional statement return the value of func val if check A and check B are equal? So func val check A, check B are equal. Okay, so the instructions say, below the variables, write a conditional statement that checks if the value of check A is equal to the value of check B. So is it like this? Sanavai says, hey Shia, would you make the stream about using JavaScript to create user scripts? I'm not really too sure. I mean, I'm still learning JavaScript, but I'm not really too sure what user scripts are. So Sandovice, could you let me know what user scripts are? Maybe if I know what they are, then I can answer your question. Thank you. And let's see, the Coffinator. Hello, nice to see you here. Greetings from Germany. It must be like super late in Germany, so like Guten Abend to you, the Coffinator. Okay. Conditional statement that checks if check A is equal to the value of check B. Well, I mean, you use triple equal signs here. Checks the data is the same data type. Oh, is it not the... Value of check A is equal to the value of check B. So check A, the literal value of check A is equal to check B with the triple equal signs. Add-ons like Grease Monkey or Violent Monkey to create pseudo add-ons. I don't know about these JavaScript add-ons, Sandovice, but I'm gonna have to look into it. Let me put it in another browser tab, and I'll look it up later after the stream is over. It would be helpful if we got a timetable for this. Yeah. I mean, we're not going to be doing this for too much longer. Just a couple of minutes, and then we're going to be moving on to the next topic. So you can see the current topic and the next topic at the top of the overlay. So if check A is equal to check B, then do the thing. If false, return the string What do they actually want from us here? Isn't this exactly what I have? Wait, isn't this exactly the code I have here? So if check A is equal to check B, return inconsistent results. Oh, but okay. What they want is return check A is equal to check B, then function val. All right. Okay, so no, I meant about when are you going to do a live stream? Have green node. Green node? Oh, you mean us? Yeah, I mean we have a schedule over on the Reddit over here. We also have a schedule on the Discord. So here's the Discord. Here's the Reddit. Okay, let's just move on to the next topic. So we're finished with JavaScript, and we're just going to be moving on to the next topic, and that's going to be our after-school topic. We're going to be talking about interacting with Linux, and we're going to be doing that for about 60 minutes. So let me set the timer to 60 minutes, and we'll get started. Okay, so if you want to follow along, I've got a GitHub file that has all of the links that we're going to be using today over here. And if you want to follow along, you're going to need to have an account over at PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is a really great website for learning about cybersecurity topics. It's a website that I use a lot when I teach. And what we're going to do is we're going to be learning about a few different Linux topics based on, well, this is session number 4. So if you haven't come to the previous sessions, there might be some stuff that is a little bit confusing to you. We'll try to go slow, and if you've got any questions about the stuff we're doing, how can I learn Linux? So stick around, we'll be learning Linux shortly. Okay, so let's start. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Linux Basics with PicoCTF Part 4, and hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the 4th Intro to Linux OS Operations workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following Linux commands. So we learned about the netcat command. Netcat is a versatile computer networking program. And one common use of netcat, with PicoCTF challenges anyways, is to connect to non-standard services on remote servers. So basically, you use the netcat command to connect to another computer. Android is a special modification of Linux. It is, Ben. Thank you for letting us know. Okay, so the other thing we learned last time was about command piping. So command piping is the process of passing the output of one command into the input of a second command via the use of the Linux pipe character. I mean, it's not really a Linux pipe character, but Linux treats the pipe character in a way where we can chain different commands together, and you very often see it when you're working inside of Linux. Kiahua? I'm sorry, what is that? Huin Sang? I'm not too sure if that's your name. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, we learned about base64 and the base64 command. So the base64 command encodes and decodes data according to the base64 format. It is often used to convert data for transmission across computer networks. So in cybersecurity, you're going to see base64 encoded strings a lot because they really like to use these transform strings to hide information. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Broodfable, thank you. And Shaden, hello, nice to see you here. And we learned about the echo command. So the echo command is used to create output equal to whatever is supplied to it. It can be used to supply input to another command through command piping. So echo is another really common command we see in Linux. And we learned about output redirection. So output redirection is a feature in Linux that can be used to direct the output of commands and write that output into a file. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, McMoon. And let's see, Ben says, I think it's pronounced Hoonsu Sang? I'm not sure. Okay, so what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be using a Linux console that's web accessible. Because we're not going to be doing everything inside of PicoCTF today, because, well, I mean, it's not really fair to PicoCTF to use their infrastructure for random education stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to use another website to access Linux. So let me go ahead and get the link for that. Over here. Okay, let's see. Sat Developer says, can we use Claude Code AI to learn hacking? Claude Code AI to learn hacking? I mean, it really depends on the restrictions on the LLM. Sometimes some LLMs really don't like talking about hacking topics. Some are okay with talking about hacking topics, but they won't give you malicious payloads or malicious code. It's kind of a pain in the butt sometimes. But anyways, so with the link, we can access a Linux console over here. Okay, so I mean, I don't really know what you're saying there, Xuan Sang. Please type in English, because I can't understand what the language that you're typing. Do you have a Discord server? Okay, Seer, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, we've got a Discord server. It's right over here. Okay, so inside of this web accessible Linux server, you can run everything like you would normally run it, and you're also running as the root user, so you can basically do whatever you want. King Hack, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so let's talk about what we're going to be learning today. So we're going to be talking about some operators now. So we got the ampersand operator. So the ampersand operator is used to execute a command as a background process, which means that the CLI terminal will be free to execute other commands while the process is running. So if we're going to be running like a very long running command, but we still want to use the terminal, we want to use this ampersand operator at the end of the command. Sir, you're new to hacking? Hello, nice to see you here. Chill Otaku Live, hello. Check out this website, Get Into Cyber. Okay, so what is the meaning of the ampersand operator over here? Let's demonstrate. Oh, we got the same thing. Okay, I mean, we're dealing with this. So let's pretend we're running our Linux. Let's make this a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller. A little bit smaller. Okay. And thank you very much for subscribing. Yeah. So if we were to run like a really long running command, like find in the whole file system files that are named the shy hat, but we still want to use our terminal, we would run this with the ampersand to run this as a process. So that means it's going to run it as a process in the background, and we're still able to use our terminal. So if we were to run this command without using the ampersand at the end, then it's going to run the command, and while the command is running, we're not able to interact with the terminal. Kali or Parrot, which one is better? I'll just say Kali, because Kali has more users, and Kali, well, if something goes wrong with your Kali, you're going to be able to get your problem resolved a lot easier, because there are more users of Kali. Okay, MT Alpha says, running something like Metasploit, you need to ampersand it to run in the background to cover the ground. Okay, so do you need to learn programming before learning this? I mean, learning programming would be very useful. There are things that you can do in cybersecurity without knowing how to program, but if you don't know how to program, you're going to run into a lot of problems when you start encountering code. So you might encounter like Python code or like C code, and if you don't know how to interact with that code, you're basically at the mercy of the AIs to tell you what exactly is going on, and that's not a very good feeling. Okay, what are we trying to achieve here? So we're just trying to understand why we would use the ampersand when we're running our Linux commands. So running a command with the ampersand means that you run it as a process, which means you're still free to use your console while the command is running. So for example, we got our processes over here. So some find commands that are running. Okay. Okay, what's the next thing we need to learn about? So the next thing is the double ampersand operator. Just a second, everybody. I need to take a little water break. Okay, so the double ampersand operator. So the double ampersand operator is actually, it's not related to the other command. So the other operator was the single ampersand operator. The double ampersand operator is used to execute two commands to the left and right of the operator, one after another. But they will only execute the second command if the first command executed successfully. So if we want to run two commands, and the second command is actually contingent on the first command running properly, we need to use the double ampersand operator. So if we go into our terminal here, and let's see. So let's just say we wanted to cat a file called doesn't exist.txt ampersand, and then who am I? So this isn't going to run. This isn't going to execute properly because doesn't exist.txt doesn't exist. So if we try to run this, we get an error and it doesn't run. But if we try to read one of the files that exists already, so hello.c, then we can get this to run. So it'll run both of the commands. So cat hello.c. Okay, so this does run. Okay, Took Display says, can I get some Discord? Yeah. Discord is over here. Okay, so China Maldita says it's like a conditional operator, right? Yeah, so it's the conditional operator is, so the double ampersand means run the first command. If it runs successfully, then run the second command. I'm pretty sure you can do like a bunch of different double ampersands in a row. So you can do and who am I and print working directory. Yeah, and it works. Awesome. Okay. So that's the double ampersand. If you ever see that, you just need to know that it's running one command after another. Okay, and then next, this one, the greater than operator. So the greater than operator takes the output of a command and redirects it into a file. If there's already a file with the same name in the directory, it will be overwritten. So this operator is pretty commonly used in order to take the output of one command and turn it into a file. So if we go back over here, so say we wanted to create a file really quick, we would echo out something, and then we would redirect that into the name of a file. So for example, we could do something.txt, and then we've got something.txt here. If we take a look at the contents of it, it's got something in it. Hack the Pentagon. I'm afraid I can't do that. It kind of goes against the terms of service on Twitch and YouTube. Max, but thank you. Okay, so the redirection is it's a very handy way to create some output. So I mean, the other thing we can do with this is we can overwrite. So we've got something.txt here already. If we want to echo out something else, so something else, it's going to overwrite the contents of something.txt. So the original contents are going to be overwritten. Zim the Goat says, do sudo rmrf. Thank you. Thank you very much for letting us know about that, Zim the Goat. Okay, we've also got the double ampersand operator. So the double ampersand operator works in a very similar fashion to the ampersand operator, but if a file with the same name exists in the directory, the output is added to the file instead of overwriting the file. So if we actually wanted to keep on adding something to a particular file using the output redirection, we would use the double greater than. Okay, so let's see. Tyre says, when are we gonna pwn some boxes? So you probably want to come back in about 45 minutes, because we're going to be doing some PicoCTF challenges in about 45 minutes or so. Valley Tech, hello, nice to see you here. And Sleepy Dude, welcome to the stream. Okay, so if we go back to our terminal, so if we wanted to keep on adding something to something.txt, we would use the double ampersand sign. So double ampersand, something else 1, and then we can add something else 2, and then we could add something else 3. Okay, and then we take a look at something.txt. Here we go. Zim says, sometimes I dream of saving the world. I mean, do you want that kind of pressure? Valley Tech Solutions, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, Took Display Took says, do you suggest THM or HTB? So I suggest try Hack Me for beginners and intermediates, and Hack the Box for people who are already intermediate and above, because Hack the Box doesn't like to hold your hand very much. Okay, so the next concept we're going to be covering is the touch command. So the touch command is pretty simple. The only thing, what the touch command does is it creates empty files with the file name specified in the argument. So over here, if you do touch file1, it creates an empty file called file1. So if we take a look at the contents over here, we're going to see that file1 is 0 bytes because the touch command creates empty files. Okay, Sleepy Dude asks, which one is good for bug bounty, HackerOne? I'm pretty sure HackerOne is the most famous site. There's also like BugCrowd and some other ones, but I don't know too much about bug bounty stuff. Okay, Vincent, we know that you like C#. Thank you very much. Okay, in Kanum J. Hello, nice to see you here. See, what is the field in cybersecurity that involves intercepting API calls and trying to mimic them, especially API calls of Android apps? Intercepting API calls and then trying to mimic them? I mean, that sounds kind of like... intercepting calls of API calls. Intercepting API calls, that sounds like web app hacking. Okay, so Knickknack says, if you want to know more about the touch command, do man touch. Yeah, so I mean, if you want to learn about any command, you can get the manual for it with the man command. So, for example, if you want to know more about the cat command, you can do man cat. But it's pretty slow for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe the manual isn't here. Okay. Salt's Dev says, any money for bug bounty hunters in 2026? I mean, bug bounty's a pretty fickle thing. Sometimes you can go for weeks and months without finding any bugs, and even if you find bugs and you submit them, the companies might not pay you for the bugs, or they might tell you that they're duplicates. So, I mean, I'm not super enthusiastic about bug bounty. There are people in the community who do bug bounty for a living, of course. Okay, could you give me a full roadmap to get into cybersecurity as a fresher? Hello, Mr. Singh. Nice to see you here. Okay. I was just highlighting how silly man touch is to type. It really is. But okay, let's so touch basically creates like empty files. You don't need to worry about like the touch command too much. Most of the time when you're creating files, you want something to actually be in the file. But one thing that the touch command is good at is it's good at refreshing the contents of a file. So if there's a file that's already existing, you can update the last accessed date over here by using the touch command. So if you do touch hello.c, then you should see that hello.c gets updated to February. So before the modification date was September, but after you run touch, it becomes the current time. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Bente, Marcio, and Paul on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on. The CP command. The CP command copies files from one directory to another. The first argument is the file to be copied, and the second argument is the directory the file is to be copied to. So copying is a pretty common thing to do when you're working inside of the file system here. Let me demonstrate. So we're going to make a directory. We're going to call it move me here. Okay? And we're going to try to move a file into this directory, or to copy something into it. So we can copy it using this copy command, cp something.txt to move me here. And then after you do that, then if you move into that directory, we see that the something.txt file has been copied. Okay, Bandito says, does the touch command also register a touch entry? A touch entry. I'm not too sure what that refers to, Bandito. But welcome to the stream. Hello. Okay, so that's the copy command. Well, we can also copy something. Usually we're copying something from another directory into our current directory. So for example, let's move into this directory here. Let's just say that something wasn't here. Okay, let's remove it. And we wanted to copy the something.txt file from the move me here directory into the current directory. We would do copy move me here / something.txt, and we would move it into the current directory. And the current directory we indicate with the dot. Save the video, I will watch tomorrow. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. No worries. No worries. Thank you very much, Jick. Nice to see you here. Will you be teaching symlinking? Oh, I mean, I don't think symlinking is this lesson. I suppose we do need to know symlinks. I'll probably try to fit it into the next lesson. Okay, so we move the something.txt file into the current directory like this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
And thank you very much to I am the real guy FR for redeeming I'm a root. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna have a break in a little bit, but before the break, let's see if we can cover at least one more thing. So that was the copy command. So if you have any questions about any of the things that I'm talking about, please let us know in the chat. I'll try to answer as best I can. So in addition to the copy command, there's also the move command. So the move command is pretty similar to the copy command, except that the original file will not remain in its original directory. It will be moved and not copied.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up!
Okay, thank you very much, the real guy, for redeeming the Hack the Planet. Redeem, thank you. Okay, so the command is used for, it can also be used for modifying the names of files. So for example, we've got something.txt, we want to move it into the move me here directory. We would do mv something.txt and then over to move me here. So after we run this command, we see that the something.txt file is no longer here. And if we take a look at the contents of move me here, it is now in here. Okay. All right, we've got some ads running on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little break and have a little bit of water. But in the meantime, check out these birds. These are my favorite birds. How about this one? Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. We'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, thank you very much for sticking around during the break. And let's put the birds off the screen. We'll get back to the chat. Okay, so there's some people talking about the commands. Okay, Siri says, I learned all these commands in early uni, but I forgot everything. I mean, the good thing about forgetting commands in Linux is that you can pretty easily look them up, and even look up like how the syntax for the commands work, especially with AI these days. It's very helpful. Christian Rank says, is the / at the end of the directory necessary? Is it to indicate it's a directory? Is to make it explicit that it is a directory, yeah. Okay, Anonymous says, you don't really need to learn commands, you need to understand how they work, what they're used for, when to use them, and how to learn by yourself. That's what you need to learn. Anonymous, Impexo, I mean, I agree, but I also think that you need to learn the commands first before you learn exactly how to use them. Deeper learning comes later, but shallow learning has to come first. Okay, thank you very much, the real guy. I'm gonna ask that you don't spam the redeems, please. The real guy, thank you. Okay, symlinks do indeed function like pointers. They point to the same reference in the file. Okay, and that's, do you know the monkey with the stuffed toy? Oh, that's been a really big topic. Really big topic in the last day or two. So it's like a monkey in Japan that has adopted like a stuffed toy as its is it adopting the stuffed toy as its child or its mother? I can't remember which one. Okay. Anyways, the next command, so move. So the other thing that we can do with move is that we can rename files. So if we've got file 1 over here and we wanted to rename it to file 2, we would just use the move command, move file 1, file 2, and now we've got a file named file 2. So this is the standard way of renaming files in Linux. Okay, let's see. Ramane Mohammed says, can you do the rootme CTF write-ups? I mean, I've used rootme. I don't think I've done rootme before. They're not very friendly towards live streaming. Okay. So China Maldita says, no, you first learn the commands, the exists. First learn the command exists, and you can forget about it, and then remember the concept of what they do later. Of course. Okay, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. That really long name. Okay, so Oleg, nice to see you here, Oleg. Alright, so that's the move command. So if I'm going too fast, let me know. If you need me to repeat some concepts for some, for some commands, let me know in chat. I'll try to slow down. So the next thing is the help flag. And MOY, Nizcat, nice to see you here. USA American, hi, I'm from Bangladesh. So are you American, or are you Bangladeshi? Let me know. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Coasts. Ken FX says, what did I miss? So we're just going over some Linux commands right now. Okay, yes, I feel like that needs to be precise for a lot of people, because some people think that memorizing commands is all they need. I mean, you need to use the commands to get used to using them. But yeah, I mean, navigating inside of a Linux terminal, it's not something that's super intuitive. You need to do a lot of muscle memory. So we're talking about the help flag. The help flag can be used as part of any command to return a relatively brief explanation as to how to use the command. Not every command has a help flag, so it's --help, but most commands do, or at least most of the common ones. Hello from Morocco. Blank, nice to see you here. Okay, Jana Maldita says, with so many commands, if you first learned what the commands exist and what they do, I guess a cheat sheet could help, but nobody can remember so many commands, maybe a few. Are there any playlists of yours that you can recommend? Yeah, I mean, I recommend using the PicoCTF playlist, the one with 100 or so like videos on there. Okay, I am the super user. Are you the super user, the real guy? Hey, what's up? Okay, Tara says, is it true in cybersecurity it's learning by struggling? Sometimes it really feels that way. Okay, so we could do like cat.help or --help. It'll tell you how to use the cat command. For example, if you wanted to know how to use the find command, it would be find --help. And you would get a short explanation as to how to use the find command. This pretty much works for most of your commands, especially the really common ones. Okay, will you talk about grep in detail? I think we've talked about grep in like the second session of our like 5-part series. Okay, so let's see. M says, to be a network pen tester, what do you suggest have a background in electrical engineering? Unfortunately, your background in electrical engineering isn't going to help very much if you're doing pen testing stuff. But here's the website you might want to take a look at. Okay, China asks, will you be teaching aliases in the future? I mean, the point of the course is to teach like basic commands, so that people can get up to speed. I'm trying to leave some of the more advanced stuff for students to learn on their own. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a challenge over at PicoCTF. So remember PicoCTF? It's our favorite website for learning about cybersecurity. So what I want you to do is I want you to log into the website, and after you're logged in, what we want to do is we want to use the PicoCTF web shell, because the PicoCTF web shell is an environment where we can practice using Linux. Okay, Spartan says, Bill Gates' luggable IBM compatible computer clone. So let's see, was assembled by a 10-year-old, really? While visiting a computer store to load up on computer games. Okay, AKC says, using Linux as a daily driver is a good way of doing it, but if you're running Windows, I would try to use WSL. The Linux commands are not hard to do. They will become muscle memory the more you do it. The hardest part of Linux is using the blue and red team tools. I mean, that's a bit more advanced than what we're teaching over here, but thank you for letting us know, AKC. Okay. So, are you willing to do RootMe write-ups in the future? I mean, I'm pretty sure RootMe has like a policy against that. Okay, is the CTF platform root.me, or is it rootme.org? Rootme.org. Okay with users publishing write-ups. Okay. RootMe's official stance is that publishing full solutions is not allowed for their main platform challenges. So my answer, FR1, I can't do it because it goes against the platform rules. Okay, so let's continue. So PicoCTF, after you've logged into PicoCTF, we're going to go over to our web shell over here. So after you click on practice, you can go over to the right hand side of the screen. There's a button labeled web shell. What about Hack the Box? So Hack the Box is the same problem. They don't have free stuff that you can cover. They have like maybe 4 or 5 boxes that I've already done and published on my channel. But Hack the Box doesn't let you cover. It doesn't let you cover their stuff. So no, I won't be covering Hack the Box stuff. Anyways, click on the web shell, and then afterwards, we cover a lot of other platforms that are not Hack the Box or RootMe, okay? Alright, so here it is. What you want to do after you open your web shell is you want to click on this button over here, labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. Okay, so after you pop out the web shell terminal, you'll see the terminal in full screen. This is what you want. JDub says, what is the free platform you were working on the other day that you were talking about? I might run sudo rmrf. You're not going to be able to do it from the PicoCTF web shell. The standard users here don't have very much in permissions. Okay. So we do, listen. So FR, we do write-ups for all sorts of other platforms. So we do write-ups for all of these platforms over here. If you want to see some write-ups, there you go. Okay, Sick of the Mind says, I worked at least 10 years in IT before I became a pen tester. You will need to be an exceptional case to get into pen testing without proven IT experience. I agree with that sentiment. Okay. So if you got the web shell over here, we're ready to start the challenge. We've still got a couple of remaining files here. Let's just get rid of those. Okay, and then we can start the challenge over here. Let me get the link. So Wave a Flag is the first challenge we're going to be covering. Okay, and let's just paste that into our terminal here. Yeah, oh, the one that we were doing the other day? It was probably Vulnix, because we have been covering a few boxes from Vulnix. This one over here. Okay, so this challenge, what are we supposed to do? Wave of Flag says, can you invoke help flags for a tool or binary? This program has extraordinarily helpful information. Okay, and we've got warm. Okay, so we can highlight over the link over here, right click it and copy the link, and then go over to the web shell. So in the web shell, reconnect, and then we're going to be using the wget command to download this file. So whenever you want to download something in Linux, it's usually a pretty easy process. It's the command wget and then space, and then paste in your file address. So after you've got that put into the terminal, hit enter to download the file. So after you've downloaded it, you should see the warm file in this directory. So you can use the file command to figure out what kind of file you're dealing with. So in this case, it says this is an ELF 64-bit binary. And in order to execute a binary, the first thing you need to do is you need to make the file executable first. If we try to execute this by itself, we're not going to be able to. If we do like /warm, it says permission denied. It's because warm is not executable. Ing Hitang Gong, hello, nice to see you here. What webs are you usually joining these CTFs though? Well, I mean, the one we use most often over here, well, especially for learning, is PicoCTF. We use a bunch of different websites when we do the stream. Okay. So this is a binary. So what we need to do is we need to make it executable. In here, we can make a binary executable by using the chmod command. So chmod changes the file mode or the file permissions. So to make something executable, we do chmod plus x to make it executable. And GX000 has just resubscribed to Prime for 16 months. Thank you, GX000. I'm pretty sure you're my longest subscription. Thank you. Okay. So chmod plus x warm. And you know what? Don't you need sudo? No. I mean, if you own the binary, you shouldn't have to use sudo to change the file permissions. But you know what? GX000, let's give you a special redeem. How about this one? Thank you very much. I knew it was coming. Yup. Okay. So we've made the binary executable, and after we do that, we can run the binary with /. So / just refers to the current directory, and we're referencing the binary directly like this to run it. So when we run this, it says, hello user, pass me a -h to learn what I can do. So we were talking about the -help flag. This is kind of similar. Okay, so let's see. Burp Suite is one of the best for web pen testing, although custom tools usually used in enterprise environments for special cases. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do web app pen testing, Burp Suite is one of those tools that you need to learn because it's pretty much the industry standard if you're doing web app security testing. And DZ, hello, nice to see you here. Why are we talking about cross-site scripting payloads in here all of a sudden? Okay, so to solve this challenge, we need to pass this binary a help flag. So /warm -h. What kind of Linux are you using now? Okay, so well, I mean, we're running on top of a Kali Linux machine. The web shell, I'm pretty sure this is some sort of Ubuntu. let me check. uname-a. Yeah, this is some version of Ubuntu that's running on AWS, so Amazon Web Services. Web Shell Pico, yep. And thank you very much, Fernando Fernandez. That's a fun name. Okay, so we managed to get the flag by running the help flag over here. So I don't actually do much, but I have this flag here, PicoCTF Biscuits and Gravy. So what we need to do is we just need to copy this, and then go over to the challenge, and then paste it in to finish the challenge. And we're done. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go back into the web shell because we want to get rid of this file that we're not using anymore. Remember to keep your file system nice and clean, or as clean as you can possibly get it. Okay, let's move on to the next part of the lesson. Okay, so Linux file permissions. So each file in the Linux file system has different read, write, and execute permissions depending on whether a user is the file owner, part of a certain group, or any other user. So we've got our example over here. So this file called shared.txt, it's got the following file permissions. So the first set of 3 letters is the permissions for the file owner. The second set of permissions are the permissions for the group, for the file group permissions, and the third set of permissions are for every other user on the system. So in this case, we see that every user can do read, write, and execute on this file over here called shared.txt. So file permissions are, as a regular user, you don't most regular users don't pay too much attention to file permissions because they're usually interacting with their own files and they're not interacting with other people's files. But for administrators, they really care about who has access to which files, which is what this represents over here. So if we go back to our terminal and we take a look at the list of the files, so most of these are root, well, these are all root-owned files. So they've got read permissions for the file owner and write. They've got write for the group and write for everybody else. This kind of stuff. So Linux file permissions are, they're something you'll get used to over time. Most of the time, if you don't have access to a file, there's usually a reason why you don't have access to it. Okay, and next, the su command. So su is going to let you switch users from one user to another user. So it's used to switch between active user accounts during a CLI session. When using the su command, the password of the user account being accessed must be entered, or at least it usually has to be entered unless you're using su as the highest level user, the root user. Okay, Christian Rink asks, if a user gets added to the sudo group, does he have the exact same permissions as the sudo user, or are there still differences? If a user gets added to the sudo group, I mean, if you get added to the sudo group, you could have different permissions with sudo. A person being added to the sudo group doesn't necessarily mean that they can run every command as every user. They might have restrictions. So sometimes you can run the sudo command, but only in the context of other users and not as the root user, depending on the configuration. Okay, so this is what we're going to be learning for the su command. We've got our GitHub repository over here. Let me go ahead and get that. So in here, there's a command that says here, making a new user in JS Linux. So we got a little string of commands. We can just click on that to copy the code. What this is doing is it's creating a new user called HackerFrog with the password frogpass, and we're just going to pass it into the system with this command over here. Okay. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Lewis Benson and Movie Fox. Much appreciated. Okay, so after we copy this command, we're going to go back to JS Linux, and we're going to paste in the command. So paste, and then enter the command. This creates the new user HackerFrog. Okay, USA American. Don't ask me about hacking Facebook, because we don't hack Facebook here. Thank you very much. Okay, so after this command is done, we can switch users from the root user, which is our current user. Remember, you can find out which user you're running as with the whoami command. So su HackerFrogs, or su HackerFrog, and then we become the HackerFrog user. Okay, Anonymous Apexio asks, how long have you been practicing offensive security, Shyhat? I've seen that you've been active for the past 2 years on YouTube. So I mean, I've been learning cybersecurity and tech topics for the last 5 years or so. I'm entering my 6th year of cybersecurity study. You want to hack the International Space Station? GX00 says, we only hack Facebook within the confines of their bug bounty program. That's true. If you want to hack Facebook legally, you can do the Facebook bounty program. Actually, it's called Meta now. No, it's still, the company's called Meta. It's still called Facebook. So Facebook bug bounty program. I don't know who they're with. But if you want to learn more, here's the website you want to do it. Good luck hacking the ISS. I got 2 lessons on cybersecurity, but you know, lesson 2 is hacking the space station, of course. Okay, so su HackerFrog will let you become the other user. So if we ask who am I, we're now HackerFrog. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Brave B Gaming and Chitty and Siraj. Thank you very much. Okay, so if we want to switch back to our other user, the root user, we would have to do su root. And it's going to ask us for the password. We don't have the password, no. Authentication failure, unfortunate. Access denied. Okay, so we don't have access to the current directory because we're in the root directory. So we would have to move into the HackerFrog home directory, which we can do with cd by itself. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So AKC, so what's your day job? Shyhat, I've been watching you for a while now. I've been doing cyber for about 5 years too. I'm curious if you have a job outside of streaming. I mean, I'm trying to do cybersecurity education full time. I'm also trying to set up a nonprofit organization. So it's been a really long journey. Okay, so what do we do from here? So the next thing we're going to be learning about, aside from switching over to other users. Okay, Anonymous says you would be working against OT technologies that are probably older than you are and network protocols that are proprietary. Are you talking about the space station? Okay, so let's see. We've already done this part. Ah, okay. Now let's talk about the file directory. Prompt-driven code. Hello, hack the planet. Hack the planet, my friend. How about some of this? And thank you very much for subscribing. Hex A something something.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Sanavice says su user makes you switch the environment too. Is that the default behavior? Hold on. Actually, su-help. Okay. I am the real guy. Please stop asking us to delete the file system. Thank you. Where's the hacking? I mean, we're just talking about how to use the dash thing. Okay.
Is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking? Anytime you're working on the terminal, you're doing a hacking. Thank you. Okay, so switch users. makes the shell a login shell. Ah, okay. Switch environment with the dash. Cool. SU will login you into root. Oh, it's going to switch your directory as well? It's going to switch users and also put you in the home directory? SU with nothing will log you into root. I mean, I was more curious about whether or not you would, your working directory would be switched. Okay, so I think there might be, okay, we're talking about file directories. So there are a bunch of different file locations, directories you need to worry about in Linux, but we're just going to go over some really common ones over here. So there's the etc directory where system files and passwords are stored. There's the var directory where log files and database files are stored. If you've got like a website on your Linux server, it's usually going to be in the var directory. Okay, so asks, do you have certifications? I've got the only certification I managed to get myself while I was looking for a job was the EJPT certification. It's a junior pentesting cert. Okay, so there's the root directory. That's the home directory of the root user. It's typically the folder with the most secure access. When you're talking about like cybersecurity CTF exercises, usually the goal is to get into the root directory. But there's also the temp directory where usually you can write files, and all files here are deleted on a regular basis. And then there's the home directory, and this is where individual account files are stored. So each user has a home directory. Well, each legitimate user has a home directory, and you can usually write files in there. Okay, I am the real guy says I deleted the file system in the web shell. I kinda don't believe you. Okay, anyways, let's take a little break and put on the birds. So here's a bird. Alright everybody, we'll be back in about 45 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, so let's put the birds away. So this is a northern flicker woodpecker, if anybody was wondering. Let's put them away. Okay, I think some people were talking about certifications. So Sick of the Mind says some places will auto-reject resumes without certifications. Certifications are a really big, a pretty highly contested topic inside of cybersecurity, the cybersecurity job market. Some people say that you need certificates to get a job. Some people say that you don't need them. I'd say you're more learning. You would probably be better getting certificates for the education that they provide than the ability to bypass the HR filter. But it's pretty complicated. Okay, so these are the noteworthy Linux file directories. If you have any questions about these, please let us know in the chat. Alright, so the man command. So the man command brings up the manual document for the command specified in the argument. The documentation is more in-depth than the -help flag. So man inside of Linux is it's a very detailed way of getting to understand what the command does. I'd say most of the time, if you absolutely don't have access to the internet, you would use the man command and look through it to look for your answer. But most of the time, I would go to any old search engine and I would search for how do you use the cat command, or how do you use the move command, etc., etc. That's my quick advice. Sub-Zero, hey, what is up with you? Or you could read the man pages, of course. But you know, the man pages are usually there for your convenience. So you can do man any command you want. So I don't know, man who am I? It'll tell you all the information you need about this about this command. Usually the problem with using the man pages is that they're usually very, very verbose. But they certainly have all the information you need. That's true, but that just means you're lazy. Well, I mean, who gets ahead in life by doing more work than is required? Sub-Zero. You can also use TLDR instead of man. Yeah, TLDR is a pretty good one as well, but it's not really installed by default. Anyways, we've got a couple of minutes left. Let's see if we can get to the end of this lesson. PicoCTF useless. All right, so let's practice with some of the commands that we've used, that we learned in today's challenge. This is the PicoCTF useless challenge. So let's go ahead and grab that link. Where is it? Here. Okay, thank you very much for the subscriptions, Carlos and Taher and Steve and HBR. Thank you very much. Okay, Sub-Zero 1, why are you so why are you so gatekeepy around people who like to Google things instead of looking at man pages? Anyways, all right, so this is the useless challenge over here. Sub-Zero 1, you can type out full sentences in YouTube chat. You don't need to end every message after 4 words. Listen. Stop sending messages that are super short like this. I am allergic to typing out full sentences. I'm allergic to seeing a bunch of short messages on my stream. Thank you. Anyways, so this is the useless challenge. We're gonna try to finish this before we finish the topic. Okay, so this is the useless challenge. It says there's an interesting script in the user's home directory. Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So for this challenge, you need to launch your instance. You can click on the blue button over here. Man yo mama. I guess you could. All right. So we're given some instructions over here to run with SSH. We're given a port, we're given a username, and we're given a password. So what we want to do is we want to combine all of this information to create an SSH command we can use to log into the server. Okay? So we're just going to go over here. And we're just going to, let's see. Okay, so we got our hostname, our port, our username. So what we would do is just type out SSH, that's the name of the command, and then the username, PicoPlayer, and then the @ symbol, and then the host name, saturn.picoctf.net. And we need to supply a port number. In this case, it's this one over here. So just grab this whole command after you've created it, Let's see. Cheetah Maldita says, like Mental Outlaw said, real men use the man pages. I mean, do whatever you want. If the man pages gets the results done, that's fine. If Googling gets the results, that's fine. I'm just trying to save some time. Okay, so the web shell is over here. Paste in the command. And then put in the password. Okay, so we got the useless script over here. Okay, China Maldita says, I just found out that imposter syndrome never goes away. Sub-Zero, please stop. Please stop typing short messages. I'm not going to ask you again. All right, so we've got an executable file, useless. So if we just try to execute it, useless, read the code first. Okay, so what they want us to do is they want us to use the man pages, everybody. So let's go ahead and man useless. Okay, so useless, this is a simple calculator script. We can go up and down inside of the man pages, and it gives us a flag. So PicoCTF useless challenge exploited. Nice. Okay, Sub-Zero, if you keep on sending short messages, I'm going to time you out. Alright, so just grab the flag after using the man pages to get the flag. Go to back to the challenge, and then paste in your flag. And you're done. Okay, so Enhan Tran Tien says, how are you taking college or are you self-studying? So we're just doing some challenges as part of a lesson. And let's just go to the summary. Okay, let's review the Linux concept we learned in this workshop. And Ishan Jangir, hello, nice to see you here. Someone was talking about something about giving color. Are you doing CTFs? Yeah, we're going to be moving on to doing some CTF stuff right after this. We just need to do our summary. So we learned about the help flag. The help flag can be used as part of any command to return a brief explanation as to how to use the command. We learned about the man command, which is used to bring up the manual document for the command specified in the argument. You didn't teach me how to hack Facebook. No, I didn't, and I'm not going to. Tyler says, do you like Arch Linux or distros based on Arch? I've never seen the need to install Arch Linux. I understand some people are really, really enthusiastic about it, and that's great. It's just not something that I'm super interested in. Okay, the man command, the ampersand operator, is used to execute a command as a background process. That means that the CLI terminal will be free to execute other commands while the process is running. So most of the time, if you've got a single terminal, you can usually get around that by using tmux. But well, I mean, you know what? I should probably teach people how to use tmux in like another version of this course. Okay, the double ampersand operator is used to execute two commands to the left and the right of the operator, one after another. If you want to delve into Linux, truly, then you do the LFS and the BLFS. I don't think we're going to be going to that for this one. Okay, Snollygoster says, nothing special but Arch, but let's see. No, it doesn't. Wait, what are we talking about? Arch breaks all the time. I mean, it really depends on how you install your Arch Linux, is what I'm guessing. Okay, so we talked about the greater than operator used for redirecting output, and also the double greater than operator for not clobbering the output when you put it in. The touch command for creating empty files, the cp command for copying files, the move command for moving files, the rm command for removing files. We talked about Linux file permissions, which are important, especially if you are an administrator. The su command for switching to other users. We talked about some noteworthy Linux file directories. And what's next? So in the last workshop, let me take a look at what we're going to be covering in the last session. So we got one more session planned for Linux OS operations. And hold on, let me just take a quick sneak peek at what I've got planned. It's been a while since I've taught this course. Okay, Anonymous says Tmux is not really a necessity. It's understandable not knowing how to use it. I mean, Tmux is very convenient if you only have one terminal to work with and you want other stuff to be working on in the background. But let's see. So Linux last session is going to be okay, so this one's the wrap up. We're going to be talking about help flags, copy, move, terminal text editors. Okay, so we're going to be talking about terminal text editors. We're going to be talking about Nano and Vim or Vi. We're also going to be talking about stuff like wget, working with processes, and how to install new programs and update your Linux operating system. A couple of networking commands. Yeah, so there's some good stuff in the last session. So the last session, we're going to be doing that on Monday. So come back on Monday if you want to learn all about that. But we're going to be moving into the next portion of today's stream. Okay, so let's see. This is topic number 4. And topic number 5 is on deck. Okay. You'll talk about these topics when in the next live? Yeah, so the next week's schedule is up on the Reddit over here, week 9. So if you want to see what the schedule is going to look like, it's over here. Okay, so what are we doing? We're doing PicoCTF, what is it? Reverse and challenges. Great. Okay, so we're still going to be working with PicoCTF, but we're going to be doing some challenges we've never done before. So if you don't have an account over at PicoCTF, I really recommend it. AKC is, I love Tmux. I combine it with Vim so I can SSH back into my home server and run something else in the background. You can also configure it whatever way you want. I mean, there are some people who really love Tmux, and they can't really fathom using Linux without using Tmux. It's also it's standard on almost every distribution, so you can always find it. Okay, we're going to be working on some reverse engineering challenges. We've got a bunch of them here. We're just going to try working on them from easiest to hardest, and hopefully we can solve some of them. Sick of the Mind says, hot take, I don't use Tmux. I mean, I don't use Tmux either. Over here, I just use a bunch of tabs in my terminal program. But, I mean, I see the value of using it, though. So for people who don't want a Tmux, a great alternative is Terminator, by the way. Yeah, I mean, you know, any terminal you can use where you can switch between different tabs, it's a pretty good alternative to using Tmux. Let's see, GNU Screen is better for daemonization. I mean, I've never used GNU Screen. But let's take a look at our first challenge of the day. I need to set up my timer. Let's do this for an hour. We got 60 minutes on the clock. And you know what? I learned a little bit about Java over the last couple of weeks. So there are a bunch of reverse engineering challenges that involve Java. So this is the first one over here. It's called Vault Door Training. I mean, it's an easy level challenge. It shouldn't be too hard. Okay, so we're also going to be doing a little write-up for this because, well, I mean, you need to document your stuff. Let me go ahead and set that up. Oh, you know what? Just for fun, everybody. If you want to learn more about any particular part of pen testing, we've got a bunch, or not pen testing, cybersecurity, we've got a bunch of topics over here that you can read up on at this link. Okay, so let's start up a write-up for PicoCTF. Second Mind says, I use VS Code for my notes also instead of Obsidian. I know, it's crazy. Huh, VS Code for notes. I've never heard of anybody doing that. What are the advantages of using VS Code over something like Obsidian? Okay, this is PicoCTF 2019. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, we'll create a new file. So this is going to be for reverse engineering. And this file, this one is called Vault Door number 1. Vault Door training. Okay. So Second Mind says it's got Markdown plugins. Cool. And because I can easily toggle to the scripts I'm working on. Anonymous Radio says not that crazy. Thank you very much for subscribing. Gaja RC, thank you. Okay. So for each one of these write-ups, we usually record a number of things. So such as the URL of the challenge, the concept we need to do to complete the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, David Martinez and Sinacode. Thank you. Okay, so Vault Door training. Let me just copy the URL over here. So the concept, we're going to be doing some, I think it's Java reverse engineering, or Java code analysis. Yeah, so Java code analysis. Let's take a look at this challenge. What's going on? We're doing some Java code analysis with this challenge over here. If you have a PicoCTF account, you can solve it with us. Thank you very much for the subscriptions on YouTube, Mabali and Neil Tropolis and Leroy Dunbar. Thank you. Okay, what is our mission? Your mission is to enter Dr. Evil's laboratory and retrieve the blueprints for his Doomsday project. The laboratory is protected by a series of locked vault doors. Each door is controlled by a computer and requires a password to open. Unfortunately, our undercover agents have not been able to obtain the secret passwords for the vault doors, but our junior agents obtained the source code for each vault's computer. You need to read the source code for each level to figure out what the passcode is for the door. Okay, as a warm-up, we've created a replica vault in our training facility. The source code for the training vault is here. Okay, so we got some Java files. You can check them out over here. So we're going to make a separate directory for each one of these challenges. So vault door. Vault door training. Okay. So we will download the file, and then we'll take a look. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Tushar. Thank you. So we got a Java file here. We can just take a look at it with Nano. And what do we have? Excuse me, everybody. I have to clear my throat. Okay, so we have Java. So Java's famous for requiring everything to be a class, and then we need to declare whether it's public or not. So what's going on in the Java code? So enter vault password, and then user input equals scanner.next. I mean, this is taking in your user input. String input, substring PicoCTF length, user input length -1. Okay. So, I mean, the flag is, it's this. I mean, it also has like an obvious passcode over here, where there's a line that says password.equals. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be it, right? So return password.equals warming up with Java something something, right? So just grab this, combine it with your PicoCTF flag wrapper, of course, and then you're done. So everything in PicoCTF has to be inside the wrapper. So we just need to set up our flag, copy, and then paste it in. Interestingly enough, the password doesn't require a ending bracket at the end. Huh, you know, that is kind of weird. They don't put in the ending bracket. It only needs PicoCTF but no closing. That is kind of strange. Okay, so phenylphrine. Hello, nice to see you here. How do you even learn such things? Yeah, I mean, we've got a little website for helping people get into cyber, if you want to take a look. I mean, if you want to learn coding languages in general, there's like a really good free website called W3 Schools. They got most of the languages that people are really interested in these days. I'm pretty sure this is where I learned my Java, so I just went through the Java lessons over here. Okay, but let's go ahead and submit that flag. Nope, that's not it. Phenylphrine. Okay. You just read the file and it was already there. I mean, this is just the warm-up. It gets more and more complicated. There's like a series of challenges where you need to figure it out from the Java source code. Okay. So to finish this out, I'm just going to complete my write-up. So for each one of these challenges, we need to document it. Over here. So here is the source code. Put it in here. And just make a little note. The flag contents are at the bottom of the code. Done. Okay, second line says if you put //Java, it should color code it. Oh, really? Hold on. Let me see if I can get that working. Okay, so let's go back in. Just a second, everybody. I gotta fire up my music player again. How about this music? Phenylphrine asks, do you do leak code? We've done leak code stuff in the past. We've also done some advent of code stuff. So it's .Java over here. Okay, we'll try committing the changes and see if it works. Oh. Huh. It didn't... Do I need to do Java in... Do I need to do Java in... Huh. Do I need to capitalize it? Okay, commit. Probably not GitHub, my bad. Oh, well, No? Okay, you need to capitalize it. You need to capitalize it, and then you get the color coding. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Kenan, thank you. And Maycool, thank you very much. Yeah, it works. It works. You just need to capitalize the word Java. All right, let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be Vault Door 1, I think. Is it not here? Hold on. Let me filter by... Okay, so Vault Door 1 is the next challenge. Alright, so we'll just grab the link. Okay, this vault makes use of some complicated arrays. I hope you can make sense of it, Special Agent. The source code for this vault is vaultdoor1.java. So, like the other challenge, we're just going to create a little walkthrough for this. Okay. Vault Door 1. The concept for this one, it's probably going to be like encoded something something, right? Method of solve. Any thoughts on Hack the Box? Hack the Box is a good... What is the whole frog thing? Which whole frog thing? Which frog thing are you looking for? I am the real guy. Okay, we got another ad running on Twitch, so we're just going to take a little break. And we're going to put on the birds. These are the happy birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy the birds. I'm just going to have a little bit of water. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. Mustafa says, any thoughts on Hack the Box? Hack the Box is a good platform for people who already know what they're doing as far as like network pen testing is concerned. It's a lot less friendly to people who are just starting out. There are exceptions, of course, and Hack the Box has been trying to get better with providing beginner-friendly content. Let's see. The Frog Redeem command. Their academy is good and much more beginner-friendly. I mean, the academy is nice. The academy is nice. It's very in-depth, but not a lot of it is free. That's one of my complaints about Hack the Box, because I try to cover free stuff on for my content. Hi birds, which tree are you from? It's a good question. Okay, IFE says, do you have an LLM to run your scripts yet? No, I don't have an LLM for my scripts. Phenelphine? Hello. AI birds. I mean, I wish I could get the AI to create stuff like this. Okay. Bird OSINT. Yup, that's what we're doing. Alright, so let's just copy down the stuff over here. So the concept is going to be decoding JavaScript. Strings, maybe? Okay. What is PicoCTF? Hack their food? I mean, I prefer not. Okay, what is PicoCTF? PicoCTF is a great beginner-friendly platform for learning about cybersecurity stuff. They also have like a pretty popular what was it? A pretty popular online event that they do every year. And the great thing about PicoCTF challenges is that they become evergreen challenges after the event is over. So the thing about a lot of other CTF events is that the challenges aren't available to solve after the event closes. Is it free? Yeah, it's exactly free. You should get some commands for your chatbot. Oh, PicoCTF? Yeah. I should create some more commands. Alright, so let's copy the link for our source code. And then we'll just copy it over to... what? Okay. So this is Vault Door 1. Is that the platform by PPP? Yeah, it is. It is. So, Ellenstein Sex says, is that the platform by PPP? PPP is the famous CTF team that wins, that's been winning the DEF CON CTF for the last, I don't know, like dozen years or so. They're very strong. Okay, next. Oh, sick in the mind. The command is get into cyber. Over here. Thank you. Gotta run, see you in the next one. Thank you very much for coming by, Wild Radio. Thanks. Vincent Felipe, I think... I get the feeling that you're some sort of bot, because all you do is spam messages about C#. Okay, so we downloaded the vaultdoor1.java file. And in fact, you know what? Vincente Felipe? Java is very similar to C# in its writing. It's got a lot of similar concepts. Okay, distribution. So we're currently working with Kali Linux. Let's take a look at Vaultdoor 1. Okay, so class Vaultdoor 1, public static, void main string arguments, scanner.systemin, enter vault password. Okay, so user input string is scanner.next, string input PicoCTF. So we've got the beginning of the flag here. Java is not for C# users. I mean, they're not the same language, but if you know one language, you can switch over to the other language pretty easily. You're a C# user. Fanto, hey, what is up? What is up? Delphi is better. Is it similar? I don't even know. Okay, so I came up with a more secure way to check the password without putting the password in itself in the source code. I think this is going to be unhackable. I hope Dr. Evil agrees. Binion 8728. So we've got all of these password strings. So I mean, this is what is this? So it's basically an array. So it's an array of characters, and you've got all this stuff. So I mean, if we grab this, we should be able to we should be able to get the string if we use this code. So let me go ahead and get out of here. Delphi is ancient. Is it? I don't even know. So this is what we're looking at. Password length and then all these characters. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which language is better. I mean, languages are good at doing certain things, and they're not good at doing other certain things. So, my interpretation is choose the language that's best at doing the thing that you want to do. Otherwise, choose the language that you're most familiar with. Do you have videos for beginners getting into this stuff? Yeah, I mean, we've got a website that you can check out. There you go. Okay, so if we've got our...
What are you?
I'm system root.
online Java compiler over here. And thank you very much for the I'm root redeem. Thank you. I like JavaScript. JavaScript. Thank you. Yeah. New Baller and TMG and LXRD. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. And Fracas Wow. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so public main, static void, args, system.out print line, something something. I mean, we can... Hold on. We can define our big array of stuff over here, right? Let's paste it in. So password.length equals 32 and... I mean, we have to define password first. So it's like string password, right? String... string password. Okay, so D. Haroon, hello, nice to see you here. Are you a student or a working professional? I mean, I'm trying to work as a cybersecurity educator online. I work through YouTube and through Twitch. Vortex says, Java was my favorite undergrad until I switched to C++, but cyber had me down with Python, not gonna lie. Well, I mean, most people who work in cybersecurity for a while, they pick up like a collection of languages. Okay, Christian asked, will you get into SQL injection at some point? Have you already taught it in another video? I mean, we've got the whole series of videos that talk about SQL injection. So if you go over to my YouTube channel over here, thank you very much TechManus, Jacob, DenZT, and Dexter Ford for subscribing on YouTube. You go to my YouTube channel and you search for SQL injection. You're going to find a lot of videos. So choose one that you like over here. Here's the link. Poulin asks, isn't it better to do boot camps in live regarding cybersecurity and ethical hacking stuff? I mean, boot camps are usually expensive. What I would recommend to people is that you should learn on your own, and you can learn on your own if you know exactly what you need to learn and where to get the educational materials. This is what I like to tell people, because you don't necessarily need to go to an expensive boot camp. I'm not going to say that all boot camps are bad. It's just that you can, I mean, if you know what you're looking for, you can usually find the same kind of stuff online for free. Okay, we got string password, and then we define like password length over here. Do we have to like set this up as some sort of code block? Let's go back to the code. Public boolean check password. Actually, we could just grab all this. We could grab this entire function, and then at the end of the function, we can just print it out. We can just print out the password. Capital S. Oh, you mean for the string? Hold on. Let's go in here. Let's get rid of all this stuff. We'll just... So this is void. This is main. So I guess Do we need to define other functions? We need to define other functions before the main function, right? So this is the other function. This is the main function. Okay, so Finance Lee says, can you try making some advanced projects in Python? I mean, starting next week, around this time, we're going to be getting into our Python basics classes. Okay, that won't work. Sick of the Mind says that won't work. You can pop that into Notepad and then sort it by the index. So wait, we can't just pop in this. We can't just pop in this function and then do the instruction to print out at the end. And then at the very end of this, system.out.println password. This is not allowed. It's a conditional and statement matching every character. Do you go on live the same time every day? We don't go live every day. It's scrambling letters, you have to sort them and organize them. CLI is nice for this. Okay, well, I mean, it'd be nice to be able to just run a function, but we could just go through this manually. That's the less exciting way to do it. Okay, so I think we were doing it over here. So character at 0. So character at 0 is D, and then we can get rid of this. So just go through one by one. Character at 1 is 3. 3. Get rid of this. Character at 2 is... where's 2? Character is 2 is 5. So all inside class main. Where are my comments not appearing in this live chat? Tech. Hello, nice to see you here, Tech. Okay, PPX says, what's good? How's your day going? Day's going good. Hope you're doing good as well. And hope everybody's having a good Friday. Use a Caesar cipher. I pasted the one-liner above. Oh, Snollygoster. What was that? Or run the Java. Well, I mean, if we run the Java, it's not going to print it out, is it? Descramble the characters. Yeah. What was that? Let's convert the character at thing in just bracket ones by doing regex like pattern P. Okay. I mean, I don't think I've studied enough Java to get this done, but let me just do this manually first. So it was, let's see. Character at 3 is this C. 4 is R. This is going to take a little bit. 5 is 4. 6 is M. But if you've got like an easier way to do this, Python basics would be a good idea. I mean, could we plug this into Python? So if we, I wonder if there's an easy way we'd be able to transform this information into something that Python could use. That's also not a beginner thing. Use regex for pattern recognition. Make it turn into bracket ones. Snollygoster says here. Here? Sorry, let me just do this thing really quick. So okay, so it's B for 7. 8 is L. 9 is 3. 10 is underscore. 11 is T. 12 is capital H. 13 is number 3. 14 is underscore. $15 is C. 16 is H. 17, 4. 18 is R. 19 is 4. Thank you for being patient. 20 is C. 21, capital T. 22, number 3. 23 is R. 24 is 5. 25 is underscore. Lowercase e, number 7. Number 9. C, 3, 8. Okay, there we go. Okay, you can sort it with the simple algorithm. If you just want it sorted, you can sort it with the simple algorithm. Okay, we got a good sed command. How do you delete a character so fast? So, I mean, that's a keyboard shortcut inside of Nano. But if you've got like a really simple way to rewrite the code so that we can copy and paste the array, I'd really appreciate it if you could share. Okay, so let's go back to the challenge and then paste it in. Okay, we solved this challenge. So we might be able to do the third challenge in the series, but let's just talk about that. Okay, so Abdella says, can you give me some advice? I want to learn red teaming. Is it better to start with Hack the Box or PicoCTF or try Hack Me? I mean, red teaming's certainly a goal. It might take you a few years to become a red teamer because most red teamers work as regular pen testers first, and then they move to the red team afterwards. After I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years doing regular pen testing. But I mean, my advice is to start with try Hack Me and PicoCTF if you want to go that route. Here's a website over here. Which bro are we talking about? We were talking about Vincente. Okay, Adam Rushford says CTFs are not hacking. Lol. Adam Rushford, what's hacking? If you don't think you can learn any good skills by doing CTFs, let me know how you're supposed to learn. Do you learn by hacking the Pentagon as your the first thing you do? Let me know. Isn't there a faster way? Everybody wants to skip steps. Everybody wants to get to the reward and not go through the process. But I mean, I think for anybody who wants to learn about cybersecurity, learn it through doing CTFs. CTFs are not real world, but you know, you're not demanding that everything be real world in your education. It's not realistic. Thank you very much for subscribing, Min Kwok Tran. Thank you. Okay, so let's take a look at the next challenge. So that's going to be vault door number 2. Where's that thing at? Oh, you know what? Before we do this, we should probably finish our write-up. Okay, so Adam Rushford says the title was misleading. It's never real world. Wait, what part of my title is wrong. So if I say hacking, I can't be doing CTFs because CTFs aren't real hacking. Is that what you're trying to say, Adam Rishford? Okay, so here is the code. Okay, let's grab the code. Ooh, can't save this. Okay, the part where it wasn't my explanation, you know what's more ridiculous is you called me out on a random comment by my real name. Your real name is your username. If you didn't want your real name to be your username, don't put your real name as your username. Like, would you say your friend's real name? My mother doesn't even talk like that. That's the name that appears in the YouTube chat, Adam. I don't know what to say. If you don't want me to call you by your real name, don't have it displayed on YouTube. Are you talking don't call you by your full name? Okay, so this is the code here. Right, who does that? Oh, I mean... Listen. If you don't want to be called by your full name, I will not call you by your full name, Adam. Okay? I don't want to be rude. I just want to have a conversation. Okay, so there's the one-liner again. Okay, thank you very much, Sick in the Mind. Let me grab that sed command. So we're just grabbing everything inside of here, and then we're running this entirely on vault-door 1.java. Okay, let's see. Zev asks, have you done Bounty Hacker on Try Hack Me? Bounty Hacker? I don't think... I have. Okay, so in here, we'll try looking for this Bounty Hacker. Here we go. Oh, I think this is like a pretty old module. When was this published? Okay, let's see. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Nangs? Cowboy Bebop themed room? Looks like it. Like 4 years ago? But no, I don't think I've ever done this one before. Okay, so what's going on here? So we're running... Is there something wrong with this command? So this is going to be on vaultdoor1.java, which is here. Hanky Lodwig, hello, nice to see you here. Rejan, hello. Do we use VirtualBox? Yeah, we're using VirtualBox right now. Can you remove the extra characters? Oh, the slashes? Is that what's getting in the way? Ah, okay. That's a pretty neat trick. Okay, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Max Chung, thank you. So we're only extracting characters between... Okay, I think I understand what's going on. So the sed command here is only going to grab characters between the parentheses, right? So these, the index numbers. And then it sorts the index numbers. And then we just grab whatever's between the single quotes, because I'm pretty sure these are all, yeah. Hold on. Okay. So whatever's between the single quotes, it's, you know, you sort out the list over here, and then you only print out what's between the single quote characters. Can you hack Facebook ID? No, we can't hack Facebook ID. And try each command separately. Sorry about that. Got a little bit of a cough. Okay, so yeah, so this descrambles the thing nice. Great. I'll credit you in the GitHub write-up. Sick of the mind, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this up. Grabs two values, the index and the characters. I don't understand the challenge here. So the challenge here is that we're trying to do a, what is it called? Source code analysis of this Java code to try to figure out what the password is going to be. This, let's see, one-liner from stream contributor. How do you spell that? Contributor. We'll extract the indexes and return the sorted characters. Okay. Why does everybody want to hack Facebook specifically? I think people want to hack Facebook. People want to hack Facebook because they want to be able to get access to their friends' profiles, or maybe, you know, some people they're interested, their profiles, stuff like that. For their girlfriend's ID, of course. Okay, so vault door 1 is done. Let's move on to vault door number 2. I think this is the last one we're going to be able to do. So let's see, vault door 2. Are you a white hat hacker? I'm not a black hat hacker, if that's what you're asking. We don't do anything illegal on this channel. So if anybody's wondering, we're doing a bunch of challenges from PicoCTF, and PicoCTF is what's a good website for learning cybersecurity skills and concepts across a bunch of different categories. And I think vault door 2 is... Huh, where is that thing? Oh, I think vault door 2 is probably like a binary exploitation challenge. No? Where is it? Huh. Okay, how long you been hacking? Oh... I've been learning about cybersecurity concepts for the last 5 years. I think number 2 might have been removed. Are you running a Pi-hole DNS server as well? I mean, I would be, except some people like to watch ads in my house, so... Three it is then. Here you go. If you want to give this a try yourself, this is the link. It's a lot easier if you know Java, but even if you don't know Java, you can use your good old friend the AI to give yourself a hand. Okay, let's copy. Well, this is challenge number 60. Let me record this. URL of the challenge, the concept we need to understand, and the method to solve. Okay, China Maldita says, I block ads at the DNS level, no ads in my house. I mean, yeah, who likes watching ads? I know I don't. Okay, so the concept for this one we don't know yet. We'll figure it out. This is default door 3. We get our link. If anybody wants to take a look at the same thing, can you tell me where to start hacking? The basics for it. Am I muted here? No, you're not muted here, Ishan. Sorry, sometimes I can't see the messages because they go by too fast. But what is up? What was I going to do? How much money do you make? Not very much. Oh, I was going to... So this one's Vault Door 3. Where are you from? I'm from Canada. I live on the West Coast. I'll take this opportunity to say, if you are a person who only cares about money, do not get into cybersecurity. If you don't actually like what you do in cybersecurity, and you're just chasing money, stay away. Okay, so our security monitoring team has noticed some intrusions on some of the less secure doors. Dr. Evil has asked me specifically to build a stronger vault door to protect his doomsday plans. I just know this door will keep out all the nosy agents in our business, okay? How to enter the dark web. I mean, the dark web isn't really something I use. There's nothing in the dark web that I need. Okay, are you already done with Vault Door 1? Yeah, we did Vault Door 0 and 1. You can find them over here. I think most people just care about the money. I mean, if you only care about money... what should you be doing? If you only care about money, I would say that the best job to get is probably to become a electrical... Let's see. Power line man job role. Okay, Henry says, of your voice, but I can ask something unpleasant. Coding dying. Spam AI build. I mean, don't buy into the AI is going to replace everybody hype. Okay, so a power lineman or a power line technician installs, maintains, and repairs high voltage overhead and underground electrical power distribution and transmission systems. So this is probably a job that you would get if you really care about making a lot of money. These people make a lot of money. Let's do a quick search. Okay, let's ask just for fun. What is the annual salary of... It's kind of talking about the aliens. Oh no, are we talking about aliens? Okay, used a fixed length of 32, but the actual password is even shorter. So the extra positions printed random values. So don't assume size, just loop till the max index present in the data. Okay, so let's see. A power lineman typically earns in the high 80 to low six-figure range per year in the US, with somewhat lower averages in Canada. I mean, the thing is that these are people who climb up power lines and do installation. They're very frequently in dangerous situations, but if you don't mind, you can make a lot of money doing this. Spartan Boxing says you will be caught when hacking. I mean, is that a certainty? IBM catches all hackers. Wait, why IBM? Why are we talking about IBM for so? It's less than Netflix pays. Well, I mean, you're talking about which position in Netflix, though? Anyways. So what's going on here? So check password. Password length is not equal to 32. Not equal? This is not, right? If password length is not equal to 32, return false. So that means that the password length is 32 characters. Okay, and it's what else is happening? So character buffer equals new character 32, well, with the size of 32. For I, buffer I character at password I. Character password dot character at 23 to I. 23 minus I. Okay, so there's some transformation that's going on here. So we're actually given the flag value, but this is not the flag value because there's a transformation that's being done. Are you in British Columbia? Yeah, I'm in British Columbia. I'm part of the Vancouver cybersecurity scene. Okay, so Tinkugo Dara, hello, nice to see you here. I'm sorry, what was your message? I didn't see it before. Yeah, we've got the flag, but it's scrambled. Do we have to? Is full stack dev jobs dead? Rijan, so you make 6 figures a month. Are you trying to ask me how much money I make? That's a pretty personal question. Let's just say I'm not going to answer that question. Okay, use netstat-d to see their IP address. Okay, I live in Wally. No, I don't live in Wally. Why are you trying to triangulate my position, Hydro? Well, I've got enough money to feed the birds. That's true. Okay, so password at character at I. 23 minus I. So 23 minus I. Is this... So it does different transformations depending on the position where the flag is. Listen, Hydro, if you keep on trying to dox my location, I'm gonna have to ban you, okay? Okay, Can Bui says, you love birds, why is your avatar a frog? I mean, there are reasons why the avatar is a frog. You know, Hydro, it's a very impolite thing to try to dox people's locations. So I'm just going to show you the door. Okay, so 40 to 8, password at character I. So the first 8 characters are not modified, but then afterwards there are going to be modifications done to these characters. So let's just map this out. Okay, Ankle Breaker says, I know this is brute force hacking, right? Are we brute forcing something? Okay, this is Eric says, are you a professional? I mean, I previously worked as a professional in cybersecurity, but I'm currently working on trying to do cybersecurity education as my job. Amfer says, rip Hydro. I mean, that's what you get. Okay, Prab Huni Than. Let's see, what are you doing? Can you say something about it? Yeah, so we're just trying to do a reverse engineering challenge over at PicoCTF over here. Is this a brute force attack? I wouldn't call this a brute force attack. This is just source code analysis. Okay, John says, did you hear about quantum computing? It's operating interdimensionally. Interdimensionally is kind of wild to say. What time did you come on live? So we started streaming about 4 hours and 20 minutes ago. What certifications do I have? I officially have 1 EJPT. I've taken the OSCP exam. I didn't pass the OSCP exam, unfortunately, but I do have that. I do have that training. Okay, let's play some of. Let's play some of this. Okay, Tom asks, do you dedicate yourself to education for economic reasons or because you enjoy it more? I mean, I really enjoy education. I enjoy interacting with people on the live stream. I like helping people get into cybersecurity. It's certainly not for the financial reasons. I would be making a lot more money if I was working in pen testing, like what I was doing previously. Okay, so the first 8 characters are unmodified. So 0 to 8 is... So I is less than 8. So I is less than 8, so it's 0 to 7. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is unmodified. Okay, so are your students watching? I mean, I teach a class that's basically, well, I teach a class that's available to anybody who wants to watch. 0 to 7 are good. And so you're not thinking fifth dimensionally, Marty. I guess I'm not. How do you become better at cyber and hacking? Let's see. I'm seeing 8 to 15 inverted. Check out this website if you're looking to get into cybersecurity. Okay, so 8 to 15 inverted. So the next ones are... So, let's see, to 16, so that's the next 8 characters. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the next 8 characters after that are something else. And then I equals 31. I is less than 17. Less than 17? What? What is even going on here? You can't from 1, just AS, and then scrambled characters. Makes sense? Okay, Sear says, OSCP sounds crazy hard then. OSCP has a reputation for being difficult. Most people who do the OSCP exam don't pass it on the first attempt. Anyways. So I'm just going to assume that the last 8 characters are a bunch of different things as well. So this is going to be all the same, and then it starts the modification after this. So the next ones are... Sick of the Mind says that it does every other 2. So it goes, let's see, it goes up from 16 to 32 by 2, and then 31 to 17 by -2. 16 to 32. What is this channel about? So, I mean, we're here to do cybersecurity education stuff. I'm going to have to put a pin in this because we've got like one more topic to cover. And the last topic we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing other challenges on another CTF site. But I think the theory is that it's going to be this string, but depending on which position the characters are, there's going to be some modification done to them. Although, I've got a feeling that these characters are not going to be modified either, the underscores. Do you stream every Sunday? Here's the schedule over here. This is the schedule for next week. We stream like twice a week. Okay, so we're just gonna put a pin in this, and we're gonna be familiarizing ourselves with another platform. It's called CTFlearn. Ishan says first 8 characters stay the same, next 8 are taken in reverse order, and then even the positions are filled from the reverse side, so the last odd positions are filled again directly but backwards. Are you running a Proxmox server? No, we're not running a Proxmox server. Okay, let's go back. What do you think about Mr. Robot? Mr. Robot? Mr. Robot's a pretty good, it's a pretty good TV show about hacking, sure. Okay, so Joe John says, can you get AI to play Pokemon on a GBC emulator now? I'm afraid that's not what we do over here. Stanley Goster says, def decode. There's a Python code that does it above. So if we're just talking about this string, maybe I want to take more time to look at this challenge, but I kind of want to move on to the last topic of today's stream, which is going to be stuff over here. Austin, Illinois says, are you writing a virtual machine instead of a virtual machine? Is that a good idea? I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong about running virtual machines instead of virtual machines. You just have to be careful about your what is it called? Your resource allocation. Thank you very much, Masso Science and G-Rex, for subscribing on YouTube. Okay. So this is the last platform we're going to be dealing with. So we're just gonna put a pin in this challenge here. And let's change the topic to the last one, which is topic number 5. Okay. So let's see. I have this terminal now, but I'm on mobile, so my terminal is Termux from Android, and I made my own DOS attack tool used to flood websites with requests. You're very patient. Well, I mean, I try to be. Thank you very much. Majidel, thank you. Okay, so Prab, let's see, Prab asks, man, I have a doubt if we need to learn Python for cybersecurity and hacking purposes. Do we need to learn like LeetCode or Codeforce? Or learning language, is it enough to do like competitive programming? I mean, the first thing you need to do is you just need to familiarize. I'm not going to tell you which programming language to do, you know, like outright. I'd say that if you want to start with some programming, so most technical roles that you work in, Python is probably going to be a good language to know because you're going to be encountering a lot of scripts, and Python is very good for accomplishing little tasks with some succinct script. But depending on what role you want to get into, you might want to learn other languages as well. What those languages are, hard to say. Murda1, what are you posting in the chat? I'm gonna warn you not to post any, like, you know, any personal information or PII or anything else like that. Thank you. Anyways, okay, so how much time are we going to be spending on this? Let's do a couple hours, and we'll see what happens after a couple hours is up. Stranger things keep on popping up in chat. I mean, the thing is that, the channel is becoming more popular, and the larger the audience, the larger the percentage that the audience is going to have some weird people. Okay, Canboy asks, can you use assembly to hack? Yeah, I mean, people use assembly to write stuff like shellcode. And if you want to learn about reverse engineering or binary hacking, a lot of people learn assembly to do that kind of stuff. All right, so on this website, there's a bunch of different challenges that you can do across a few different categories. We got web, we've got forensics, we got binary stuff, reverse engineering, cryptography, programming, and like a general category one. Okay, Sear says, what do you need to know assembly for malware analyst roles? Yeah, you especially need to know assembly when you're doing low-level languages. When you're dealing with low-level languages like you know, reverse engineering binaries or doing binary exploitation, that's where your C knowledge and your x86 assembly knowledge, your ARM assembly knowledge is going to come in handy. No, I don't know anything about declassified documents about aliens. Okay, so let's do an easy challenge. Well, let's just go in order. Practice flag is going to be a little bit too easy. Basic injection. Somebody was asking about SQL injection. So let's go ahead and do this challenge. Ghost Rage, kinda geeky. Hello, nice to see you here. Can you earn an adequate amount of money doing this stuff? So Nameless, I mean, like I've said before, if you're chasing money, don't get into cybersecurity. If you're chasing money, don't get into cybersecurity. I'm not saying that people who do cybersecurity aren't well compensated. It's just that I want to gatekeep people who are just trying to get into cybersecurity for money, because it's kind of gross. Okay, do you do remote jobs? I mean, the problem is that a lot of companies in the United States are not going to hire people outside of the United States. So they'll allow people to do remote, but they won't allow people to do remote outside of the United States. Okay, let's see. Canada is hiding how the internet is it compared to the USA for freedom of speech? I mean, I don't have any problems. Where are you doing your CTFs? Did you watch Network Chuck's new video? I know about Network Chuck, but I don't... I don't really keep up with his videos. Okay. I'm the real guy. We turned off the Keyboard Cat redemption because Keyboard Cat doesn't like being on other people's channels. The person who owns the channel, they they don't like it when people put the Keyboard Cat on their videos. Okay, Ishan says it's not like all getting well compensated. It's mostly about testing and testing and testing only. It's protecting you from going in illegal directions if you have money in mind for cybersecurity. New to ethical hacking. Hello, David Ferguson. Nice to see you here. Okay, so see if you can leak the whole database. Do you know what a SQL injection is? Here's a link. Oh, okay. So I guess we can do some old school SQL injection on this site. We can launch a lab. Oh, great. Alright, let's start doing our write-up over here. So it's been a long time since I've used this website, CTFlearn. Okay, so this one, what is the name of this challenge? It's like basic injection. Okay. Have you ever eaten frog? I have eaten frog before, Rui Miranda. Nice to see you here. What distro are you using? We're using Kali Linux. Did you see the new video of Network Chuck? I've already answered that question. Okay, and we've got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we put them on YouTube as well. I just wanted to show everybody my favorite bird video. Here you go. Here are the birds. We will be back in about 60 seconds. I just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, PLVUGR. Hello, nice to see you here. I don't know how to pronounce that. Is Vulnhub a good replacement for Try Hack Me or Hack the Box? Vulnhub? Vulnhub is... It's not a great website to use anymore. Canboy says, why don't people raise frogs instead of birds as pets? I mean, I don't raise any of these animals as pets. These are wild animals. Okay. So what are we doing here? So we're trying to figure out the URL of the challenge, the concept of the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, Pulin Dusileth, I don't know how to pronounce that name. Cybersecurity engineers earn more than software engineers. When I'm not too sure. I'm not really up to date on what people get paid. I'd say that if you enjoy doing software engineering work, be a software engineer. If you enjoy doing cybersecurity work, do cybersecurity. Don't chase the money. Chase what you think you can do, what is going to make you happiest in your job. Because if you hate your job, you're not going to want to do it. Okay, so this is SQL injection. This should probably, be just some basic like union-based. So union-based SQL injection. Okay, and then let's go over to the lab. I'm just gonna get rid of all these windows I'm not using anymore. Okay, Red Team Murky, hello, nice to see you here. And Sigent, hello, nice to see you. What is up? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. What's up, Doc and Angel DR? Thank you. Okay, so the SQL injection lab is over here. Getting started. What is a database? Intro to SQL. Oh, I've already done most of this before. Huh. What about a change of name to the Confident Hat? I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay, launch the lab. So did we finish almost all of this? Oh, interesting. Oh, we've already finished this one before. Okay. Okay, Ishan says your threat model includes hackers, malware, and hungry birds. Well, I mean, the hungry birds are welcome. If I didn't want the hungry birds, I wouldn't leave food for them outside. Okay, so I mean, we've pretty much finished this one. So we're gonna skip this and move on to another challenge. Okay, so El Bossinino says, what's your opinion about making AI models and then teaching them hacking? Do you welcome bears? No, no bears, please. I mean, people are talking a lot about using AI models to do hacking for them, and people are welcome to do that. People who want to learn cybersecurity, if you program AI to do hacking for you, you're not necessarily learning about hacking. People who are interested in learning about hacking, they sit down and they spend hours and hours studying and figuring out all sorts of little interactions between systems. People who just want to get results, they can use an AI agent and they say, AI agent hack the site. They're not learning anything. Okay, so let's pick another challenge to do. Have we done all of these? Let's hide the solved ones. Unsolved. Yeah, okay, this is better. I was looking at solved challenges. Okay, and thank you, Poulin. Thank you very much. Okay, so there's my blog, there's Chalkboard, Faux is tasty, PDF. My blog. Okay, so there's a blog. Sure. These sites sure do load up slow. So this challenge is called My Blog. Just need to get the number for this. $979. So we don't know what the concept is for this challenge. We'll figure it out in just a sec. Do you know pho? Yeah, I mean, I love pho. I'm ignored. Sedgent, hello, nice to see you here. The last message I saw from you was like a bunch of dots. But yeah. What's reverse engineering? I saw a video, still didn't understand. Reverse engineering is trying to figure out as far as software is concerned, reverse engineering is trying to figure out how a program works without having access to the source code. Thank you very much. Always be think. Always 8 think. Thank you very much for the subscription. Thank you. Okay, can we rate or check the security level of any website using a tool? Using a tool. I mean, there used to be like a Google safety website that you could visit, and then you could plug in like Google website safety check. Safe site browsing status. Is this it? Safe browsing. No, there was like a website that you were able to plug in different URLs into to check if there was like, yeah, website URL checker maybe. So URL void, maybe this one. Check if a website is malicious or a scam or safe. I don't know. Virus total? I mean, virus total isn't for websites, is it? Website reputation checker, right. Helps you detect potentially malicious websites. I mean, try this maybe. Why don't you make lessons? We do lessons. Let's see, virus total. We do have lessons on the channel. Okay, so file URL, scanner searcher URL. I guess you could use this one as well. Here. David Ferguson says, is there a website I can learn red team or penetration steps step by step? I use any run or hybrid analysis. David Ferguson, check out this website over here. Grant Play, hello, nice to see you here. Did you got a job? Awesome, Grant Play. Got a job at SpartanX.ai. Thank you for the support. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. I know that you've been looking for work for a while. So congratulations, Grant Play. Where to find relevant material? You can check out the link as well. Prosper Patel, thank you. Can you make this fun? Let's hack into the CIA. I mean, you can hack into the CIA. I can't do it live on stream. Not that I'd want to do that in the first place. Okay. Where are you from? I'm Canadian. Okay, so my blog. So, hi, I'm Noxtel. I've hidden a flag somewhere on my Cyberworld blog. You may find a good application for your memory. Memory? This is my real website. You might want to read some of the contents. Click here to access it. Okay, so replace the flag part with CTFlearn. Huh. Alright, so here's this person's website. CIA is entered the chat, of course. Okay, where's the best way to learn cracking? What's the best way to learn cracking? Are you in Toronto? No, I'm on the west coast of Canada. Jay Silverbeck, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, Julianne says, how is the Canadian red teaming job market for the new grad? I mean, I wouldn't know about the red teaming market over here. Okay, so let's take a look at the website. Does this website not exist anymore? Hold on. Click here to access it. That's funny. This gives us a redirect. So this person's website might have been taken down. Anyways, let's inspect this. So we're gonna copy it. Then we're gonna take a look in, oh, I don't know, curl or something. Okay, bread guy. What bread guy are you talking about? Okay, Randy, hello, nice to see you here. From India. Got a job in Salesforce as a developer. Wish me luck. Good luck, Randy Orton. Hope you have a good one. Okay, David Ferguson says, I want to learn hacking because I want to work for the NSA. Is it possible? I mean, the first question is, are you American? Because I'm pretty sure if you're not American, working for the NSA is not really, going to be a lot harder. Not to say that they don't hire foreigners, it's just that... Okay, this was resolved. And I'm guessing that this is like redirected. Okay, so let's see. Sejan asks, can an Indian come to Canada? Can an Indian come to Canada? I mean, there are lots of Indians here. There are lots of Indians here. I mean, you can probably do your own research as to how to come to Canada if you wanted to. Okay, so let's see. So this was resolved. IPv4 is all this stuff. So this doesn't... I guess the reason why we're not given the actual website is because we're not doing redirects. Okay, Alpha BG says, is vigilante hacking against scammers legal for evidence gathering? Since many YouTubers do this, I'm confused about the actual laws. I mean, I don't, I don't do vigilante hacking, so I don't exactly know the legal ramifications of doing it because I've never really looked into it. SS7, hello off the toilet. What is up? You know what? You know what we should do? We should probably take a look at this in Burp Suite. So we're talking about ubiquitous security tools for web app security. Burp Suite is one of those tools. And then we're gonna take a look at the Burp Suite browser, because there's something off about this website. Okay, so from here, inside of Burp Suite, we want to open up the Burp Suite browser so that we can proxy everything through the browser. Open the browser, and then grab the website, and then put it in the Burp Suite browser. So we see that there's some sort of redirect happening here that goes here. I'm pretty sure this is not the way it's supposed to go, but I don't really know. Okay, Memoy, hello, nice to see you here. Guys, I need help. What do you need help with? The most ubiquitous web penetration testing tool is curl. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody does use curl, yeah, true. But most professionals also use Burp Suite. Okay, so we recorded that through our HTTP history tab. So we tried to resolve this one here, Noxtol. Let's take a look at this in the repeater. So in the response, send this off. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that the person who runs this website didn't pay. It's either their domain is expired, or I don't know. I'm not too sure why it's doing the redirection here. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Alpha BG says probably needs help hacking Facebook. Is somebody well, is somebody does somebody need to hack Facebook? Okay, Memory says I would pay back. I lost my discussions in WhatsApp. Oh, interesting. Does WhatsApp save the conversations to the cloud or is it local only? Okay, how did you customize your Q terminal to have tabs for specific stuff? I mean, I do this manually. So every time I start up my Q terminal, I have to make a bunch of tabs and then go in manually and then rename and change the color. It's not really, it's not super technical stuff. Okay, let's put on some new music. How about this? L for redirect. Okay, so let's see. Which Linux distribution is this? We're currently using Kali Linux. You do like uname A. Ooh, that's not how you spell uname. Yeah, so this is a type of Kali Linux that we're running right now. Okay, so this is a redirection. So server open rusty. So the funny thing is that they don't really... Did they tell you where they're redirecting you to on this page? I mean, there's some funny base 64. This is just some location data. Huh. Location header, don't decode this. Thank you very much for subscribing, JTV. Thank you. And thank you very much for this subscription on YouTube New Player. Thank you. My YouTube algorithm, wow, that is some YouTube algorithm. I wouldn't want that algorithm. Yeah. Okay, so this redirects us, and then, like, according to... This sends a post request to router.parklogic.com. I'm going to assume that this is not the intended way to solve this challenge, because I've tried solving this this challenge before, and it didn't redirect us last time. Okay, David Ferguson says, can you do a full hacking video from beginner to advanced? I mean, we don't do very much advanced stuff on this channel, but I mean, if you want like a playlist to follow, I can give you a playlist over here for PicoCTF. Okay, what is the best Linux for a beginner? Yeah, I mean, when people ask for playlists, I'll just give them this one over here. There's some more advanced stuff. There are some more advanced challenges inside of the playlist here. David, no worries. Okay. Oh, the header and the response was the location for the redirect. Thank you very much for subscription on YouTube, Ray Warner, and Fem10. Thank you, and the follow on Twitch, One Suppe. Thank you. Yeah, if you wanna, if you're just getting into Linux, Ubuntu or Linux Mint, they're the recommended distributions. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the website is dead, but it still works in the Wayback Machine. Oh, really? Okay. So we're not we're not looking at the right website. Let's try this. I mean, it's not working in the Wayback Machine either. We're gonna have to try. We're gonna have to try again. Jesus. Thank you very much, Jack in the shop. Jack in the shop. Hey, what is up? I think Jack in the shop. You have like a Twitch account as well, right? Okay, let's do another one then. How about this one, chalkboard? So this is a forensics challenge. We've been having some bad luck with our challenges today. Let's cancel these changes. So this one is a forensics challenge called Chalkboard. Thank you very much for following Shinasu11. Thank you. URL is here. Concept, we don't know yet. Okay. Abdo says, I made a web application using Flask API, HTML, CSS, and some JS. It took me more time, about 3 weeks, for all the code that I wrote by hand. Should I go deep into frameworks? Aiden, hey, what's up? But Abdo, I mean, you must have learned a lot about how to create a working website if you spent 3 weeks creating the application. Wow, so many new subscribers. Hwasek Guan Hinsek, thank you very much for the subscription. DJ AK, thank you very much. What is the best Linux for a beginner? Yeah, I mean, we just said Ubuntu and Linux Mint. Those are the recommended beginner distributions. So, okay, chalkboard over here. Let's just copy this. Here's our URL, the concept. Well, we don't know yet. Method to solve. We'll figure it out. Okay. Oh, it's a JPEG. More fun JPEG. Good morning from India. Hello. Sushant. Vishu. Thank you. Okay, let's move into a new directory. We'll call it chalkboard. And then we'll download the challenge. Okay. Thank you very much, BTQZ Vibes, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. What did I miss while I was gone? What were we doing? We were doing reverse engineering challenges, and we also did our Linux stuff. You can go back in the VOD. SysOS says, Slyberg has been keeping me distracted from joining your stream. Oh, okay, okay. I didn't know that Slyberg was streaming today. I'll give Slyberg a shout out. Slyberg is a really good channel. Shout out Slyborg. Ooh. Hold on. Let me copy paste. But welcome to the stream, says Master. Check out our channel if you're interested in getting it, well, doing the beginner's perspective for getting into cybersecurity. Slyborg is currently trying to get into cybersecurity. She has a very cute cat. And so if you're interested in stuff like that, then go and check out her channel. You know Japanese? Yeah, I mean, I used to work in Japan for a couple of years, and I also used to work in Korea for a couple of years, so I know those languages. Well, I wouldn't say I know those languages. I know a bit about those languages. What is the dark web? The dark web is What is the dark web? The dark web is the internet that you can't access from your normal web browser. Okay. So there are a few different tools that we can use to investigate this JPEG file here. What we're trying to do is... Wow! It's that easy, huh? Just look for some strings. Jeez. All right, everybody. Let's do the flag. So anybody who's subscribed on my channel on Twitch, you can use this emote right here. So the shy31 flag. This is the emote we use when we get flags. Thanks, SOS. Okay. DS Young, hello, nice to see you here. Gambia, awesome. We got people from all over the world over here. Okay, so we managed to find the flag for this challenge. It's not super difficult. Sometimes it's just about investigating the file in the right way. Oh. Okay. Let's submit the flag. Okay, Abdo asks, I want to learn web pen testing. I also started learning from Portswigger. Should I build more applications so that you can... Are there any CTFs for web pen testing? I mean, there are web challenges on almost every CTF platform, but let me give you a list of different places you can look for that stuff. Okay. Let's see. So you're talking about web, right? Web app hacking? There's lots of good links on this website here. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we also take a little break and we put on the birds. These are some of my favorite birds. Okay. That's a lovely bird. Okay, we'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just need to have a little bit of water. All right, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Doma, Surya, and Erwin, thank you very much. Let's put the birds away, get back to the hacking stuff. Okay, so this is the chalkboard challenge. The concept for this is image forensics. I guess they're called, we should probably call them picture files. And looking for text strings. Okay. And Chess Noob says, do you do vibe coding? Do I do vibe coding? I mean, I don't really... I do ask the AI to help me write some code every once in a while. But most of the time when I ask the AI to help me write code, I also ask a bunch of questions about what the code is doing. I definitely don't... I don't like to run code if I don't understand... If I don't understand the basic principles of what the code is executing. Okay, so the method to solve, download the file. Look for strings inside the file. AlphaBG says, if one sudo rm, a file is their way to restore it, is this what forensics is all about? I mean, there is a way to restore your files if you delete it by accident. It's not really something that it's not something I've looked into before, but some people in chat might be able to point you at some good resources. So what you do when you run the rm command is you're not really deleting the file, you're just unlinking the file. Each file has a specific, I think they're called like inodes, and running the rm command just unlinks the inode from the file. The data is still there until it's overwritten. Okay, after the stream, when's the next time you're going to be live? Ooh, Wednesday? David asks, what is the best Linux for hacking in 2026? I'd say it's Kali Linux. If you want to get your own version of Kali Linux that you can run as a virtual machine, I've got a YouTube video that talks about that. Let me get that for you. Need to demand monthly fees from viewers. I don't demand my viewers do anything aside from be good viewers. Thank you very much. Okay, here's the link. Kali or Parrot OS, they're the main, yeah, these are the main cybersecurity / hacking distributions of Linux. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. SchmoodyFX asks, I have a background in graphic design and some UI design. I just started learning coding. Do you have any recommendations for front end? For front end? Front end job. Well, I mean, it really depends on what kind of application you're trying to make. Are you talking about like app development, or are you talking about web app hacking? Because I've got different answers depending on what your answer is. Can you hack the CIA? I would prefer not to hack the CIA, thank you. Because, you know, that's not very friendly. Okay, so let's see. So Skynet can build Terminator robots. What about Black Arch Linux? What about Black Arch Linux, Rudresha? What about it? Okay, coding is the best invention ever. Coding is the best invention ever. Okay, can you say what Linux you're using? Yeah, this is Kali Linux. I just left the video in the chat a little while ago. KM Jesus asks, what certs do I need for pen testing to get a job? Can you guide me? Maybe check out the website. Okay, so look for strings inside the file. We just need to run the strings command inside of Linux. Most Linux distributions are going to have this. What was the name of the file again? 972. Let me pipe this into like head, because it's right at the top. So this challenge is basically teaching you about looking for strings. Okay. Aiden says, the person said that I will hack the CIA. If somebody asked me to hack the CIA for fun, I would say no. Because why would you do that? Okay, let's see. Alex Fear Not says, Google gave a free Python class online. Python class. Listen, if you want to learn Python, there's a really good resource for learning Python. There's a really good free course. Here, let me give you the link. Just a second. I should really create more of these chatbot commands. But if you want to learn Python, there's a couple of links in here. So the Python Institute, Python Essentials 1 and Python Essentials 2, these are free resources. And you've got 70 hours, of course material here. Best Python teacher is the AI. Bro has a link for everything. I try to have a link for everything. Okay, are you trying to teach us to finish a CTF challenge now? I mean, I'm trying to work through some CTF challenges, and the stuff that I find, I try to illustrate to everybody here. so that you can understand what's going on. So for this challenge, we submit the flag, and then we're done. Incorrect flag. Huh. Is this not the flag? I guess it's not the flag. I like math X. Okay, I guess we need to search further for the flag. Next challenge is to hack a Tesla on live. I mean, I would need to have a Tesla first, and I don't have one of those. Okay. Do people speak Python in your country? Speak Python? So we can also look for patterns inside of the strings. I guess there's nothing here, huh? Oh, I like math XY, and they've got X and Y here, where X and Y are the solution to these equations. Okay, so we need to do some math. That's great. So what is this? So we need to solve for X and solve for Y. Excuse me, I gotta clear my throat. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. General asks Black Arch versus Kali. Well, the only question I have when you compare Black Arch versus Kali is why would you make your job harder by using Black Arch? Unless you really like Arch Linux, I don't understand why you would want to do that to yourself. Okay, take it from me. 4 hours to solve 3 to 4 labs is a good way to learn. I mean, CTF labs are great. That's why we like to learn using them. AlphaBG says, from a pen tester's perspective, what is harder to exploit in the default state? A standard Ubuntu install or a minimal Debian install? Which distro would you recommend for a small company? I mean, Ubuntu is Debian. So Debian has to be more secure than Ubuntu because there's less stuff. Okay, once you find the admin login through Nmap, how can a typical brute force be attempted? Once you find the admin login through Nmap, what? Wait. Once you find the admin login through Nmap, what are you asking here? People are talking about politics in this chat. Please don't discuss politics in this chat. Thank you. Okay. Abdo says, I want to learn web pen testing. I want to on word Portswigger. I have already given you a list of links for web pen testing, Abdo. Okay, DN Boss asks, what is bounty hunting? I'm clueless about hacking and coding. I'm about to buy a laptop. Okay. Bounty hunting is doing the security work of big companies and hoping they'll pay you for them. Bounty hunting is yeah. Anyways. General asks, are Black Arch and Kali the same thing? Do they do the same thing? They do the same thing. Don't use Kali. Just use Kali, okay? Okay, so let's see. I'm saying I have the endpoint for the admin login. Okay, so you're talking about a web page, right? Chat's gone crazy this evening. We got a lot of viewers on YouTube right now, so it's going to be harder to keep up. He just needs to open Portswigger and do the academy. So Abdo, you need to sit down and do the Portswigger Academy. Okay, so Syrian Lem Emmanuel says, I have the endpoint for the admin login. I tried brute forcing it with no luck. What do you suggest? I mean, have you tried the default credentials? Because sometimes they leave the admin credentials as default. You're trying to get into the admin dashboard. I mean, we're assuming that there's no brute force protections in place for this exercise. We are talking about an exercise, and we're not talking about hacking an actual website, right? Right, Cyril and Emmanuel? Because if you're not doing let me know which CTF exercise you're doing, okay? Before I answer any more, let me know that you're not doing illegal hacking. Thank you. Okay, so I like math xy, so we need to solve for x and we need to solve for y. So 3x plus y equals 31, 7x plus 9y equals 59. I haven't had to solve anything like this in a really long time. Let's take a good close look. Okay, how would you know if your system is being hacked? You might see files appear and disappear out of nowhere, or applications open up on their own. You might see suspicious things happening on your desktop, all sorts of random things. General says, is that really making you a hacker if you use the hacking tools created by others? Or you are the hacker when you do all the jobs, including creating the tools yourself? I mean, there are people who do like purity testing for hackers. They say that you're not a real hacker if you don't do X, Y, or Z. It's up to you to determine whether or not you're a quote-unquote real hacker, because if you apply the gatekeeping rules hard enough, nobody's a real hacker. Nobody. Okay, Sear says high memory usage with nothing open. That's also a sign that you've been hacked, yeah. Thank you very much for all the subscriptions. Setman My Heart, Mantra, Philly D, and Pledge Gaming. Thank you. So you're not a real hacker if you don't use hacks. I guess so. Okay, so 3x plus 5y. So first solve for x and then solve for y. So 3x, 5y equals 31. So, I don't remember how to solve these things. What's your perspective? Is nature math, or is math just nature's manual? I mean, math is part of nature. I like math 2-7. Is it 2-7? Randall Allen, music, hello? Nice to see ya. Okay, Snollygoster says 3x plus 5y equals 31, 3. 7x plus 9y equals 59. Cancel out the x's by subtraction. So x equals 2 and y equals 5. I need to teach myself how to do math again. So 2, 5. Yeah, I need to teach myself how to love math. Okay, so that's solved. Okay, let's go back and create... We need to revise this. Okay, we also have to solve the math equations. X equals 2 and y equals 5. So after the stream is over, I'll go back and I'll teach myself how to solve these kind of math problems again. The last time I encountered math like this was high school. And high school was a really long time ago. Okay. Let's do another challenge. Okay, Aiden says, do you think the model attacker creativity is in threat modeling without over-engineering controls. How do you model attacker creativity in threat modeling without over-engineering controls? I mean, attacker creativity, most of the time when you're doing threat modeling, you're modeling for the median ability of the people that you're expecting to attack you, not for people, you know, who are like super. You expect them to be as creative as the average creativity. I mean, it's hard to really judge. Okay, so a global title. Global title? What are we talking about? We all love the math in our degrees. Okay, so it's a WordPress site. I'm testing my skills, not actually trying to do anything illegal. I mean, you didn't answer my question. Is this a CTF? Is this a CTF exercise? And if it's a CTF exercise, tell me which one so that I can look it up. If it's just somebody's website, then I can't help you. Second of Mind says, I don't know how you have the patience for these questions in repetitive cycles. They don't add up to any level of independent research on this topic. Well, I mean, I'm here to answer questions and help people out as best I can. That's what I'm doing here. Okay, would you try Menace in the new challenge? So which challenge are we talking about? This one or a specific one? Okay, is C++ best for hacking? Is C++ best for hacking? I don't know. I don't know. It's C++ is a good language for certain applications. There's no best language. There's no best language for hacking. It really depends on what you want to do. Okay, let's do the next challenge. So we got Foe is tasty. Foe is tasty, sure. Okay, please try Dojo CTF. Dojo CTF, is that one active? With Dojo, are you talking about this one? It's pronounced pho. That's true. That's true. I'm not getting anything. It's not loading up for me. Oh, okay. I mean, we don't really have this on our schedule today. We're currently doing CTFlearn. Okay, so the flag is hidden in the JPEG file. Good luck, have some pho. Solve this challenge before solving my scope challenge for 100 points. Alright, so pho is tasty. Let's do our write-up, and then we can get started. Forensics. Okay, we'll create a new file. We'll call it pho is tasty. Here are the URL, the concept, and the, what is this? The method of solving the challenge. Okay, hacking with these normal tools? I mean, what tools are we supposed to be doing? What tools are we supposed to be using? These, I mean, we're doing a forensics challenge. The tools aren't going to be super sophisticated. Off the Toilet says, Python is a really good language. Jay Soberbeck says, just watching this chat in amazement, Google skills should be stronger. Okay, and Shari Singh asks, what do you mean by forensics? So forensics is, digital forensics is basically trying to find information from digital files. So in this case, we're talking about image files, picture files. And there's some sort of secret inside of the picture file here. We need to extract it in order to solve the challenge. So the concept is picture file forensics. I don't know what exactly the answer is yet, so we'll figure it out. Steganography? I mean, not always. Sometimes. Joe John, how do you infect a Windows 10 or 11 with a backdoor Trojan? How do you infect a Windows system with a backdoor Trojan? Usually through phishing. If you want the honest answer, usually through phishing. Okay, so let's go back to the challenge. We can download the file here. If you want to access the same file, this is the link. So this one is Pho is tasty. Okay, download that thing. Something tells me that whoever that guy is, he's not going to get into the systems he thinks he is. Your videos are good. Thank you, Aiden. Thank you. Okay, Abdo says, to get a job in pen testing, should I learn other stuff like network, cloud, pen testing, or just focus on web for now? Do you have any advice to learn fast? I mean, you want to do web pen testing, right, Abdo? That's, I think that's what you indicated in the past. So if you want to do web pen testing, oh, it's just another number again? Okay, I mean, we can grep for a flag. Nope, not in this case. Okay, there are no shortcuts, only grinding. What bait do you use for fishing? Not too sure how to answer that. What are your thoughts about de novo hacking? What is de novo in this case? Is that some sort of software framework? Okay, so what do we have here? So we're taking a look at the metadata for this image file. We don't see anything super suspicious. I guess the next thing we need to do is we need to take a look at the file itself, or like the image, right? So we could do xdg open. And that'll open up. Yay, that's a bowl of pho. Okay. There probably isn't anything like super important about this. That does make me hungry though. Okay, Joe John says it's hard to send an exe that is infected over the network. Yeah, most of the time your email filter is going to pick it up and delete it. Okay, so that's a bowl of pho. How long have you been doing this? I'm entering my 6th year studying cybersecurity. Nothing super important, it's delicious. Well, I mean, I agree it's delicious. We can do some really quick steganography stuff. It's like steg-seek. Yeah, steg-seek. And could not find a valid passphrase. So what else could we take a look at in here? Have you tried creating some automation tools for Android games? Just a second, I gotta clear my throat. Okay, can't type anymore. No worries. I know that feeling. Johnny Mnemonic. Yeah. Have you tried creating automation tools for Android games? Are we talking about hacking Android games? Fam van bin min? Or are you talking about something else? Please do a video on OSINT. OSINT is basically Googling at this point. There are some like well-known Android phones can get hacked if spyware access from the kernel. If somebody has physical access to your device, yeah, that's a bad thing. 971. 971. We took a look at this image in a couple of different ways. How else could we take a look at this? We tried running strings. We tried running CTFtool. We could try some, like, bin walk. Okay, so no utility was found or it's unimplemented. So there's nothing that we can extract from here. Thank you very much, Newbie and Angus and Kimani. Thank you very much for the subscriptions on YouTube. So CTFtool doesn't show us anything. Strings doesn't show us anything. Just a bunch of... Well, let's go through this. There might be some encrypted stuff in these strings. Though it doesn't look that way. Samsung Galaxy S8 color palette. Huh. That's kind of funny. What is that exe? So we're not looking at an exe right now, we're looking at an image file, like a picture. Okay. I'm almost done with Professor Besser's Network Plus, and my goal is to enter cybersecurity. What do you recommend is the next step? Okay, so Thoughtful World, what is your end goal, Thoughtful World? Are you trying to get into a specific role? Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. So we're just gonna put on the birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 30 seconds. I'm just gonna take a little bit of water. Okay, we'll put the birds away. We'll get back to the hacking. Wow, thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch, Alpha BG. Much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, could you make a lesson about proxy chaining? Of course, only in learning the ethical hacking. Okay. So how about taking some bottles of water next to you so you don't have to leave? I mean, I'm not really leaving. I'm just muting the stream so I can drink my water. Thank you very much, Alpha BG. How about you have some Jurassic Park just for you?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
But yeah, Alpha BG, I don't remember if I've actually covered pivoting on my YouTube channel before. Let me do a quick check. I'm pretty sure I've done pivoting as part of a couple of exercises before. Okay, so nothing that matches pivot. How about is this shuttle? Nope. How about proxy? You know what? Let me think about that, Alpha PG. Slyborg is ready to the channel with 50 viewers. Wow, thank you very much. Pickle Raid. Yeah, everybody, Slyborg is an awesome InfoSec creator, and she's a student who's trying to get into cybersecurity. So please watch her stream. She's an awesome pickle. Hey, yeah, thank you. And welcome in, Slyborg Graders. We're currently working on some challenges over at, what is this platform called? CTFlearn. So if you want to join us and do some solving, over here. Okay, so Caffeine Plays, yeah, check out the website over here. But, Slyborg, what were you up to on the stream? Were you doing programming stuff? Were you doing hacking stuff? Were you doing gaming stuff? Let me know. Okay. Charanjeet, hello, nice to see you here. She needs to do some R&R, some raid and runs. Yeah, I usually feel that way when I have to raid out. But thank you very much. Oh, you were learning Python pickling. Yeah. I mean, there's lots of insecure deserialization stuff involved with Python pickling. I haven't. It was awful. It was awful. I'm sorry to hear that. You know what will make you feel better? Doing some image forensics over here. We've got a tasty bowl of pho for you. Here. Maybe this will make your day better. How about some of this? Okay, hacking Denovu. Maybe the hardest thing to hack. I don't know what Denovu is. Listen, General. I don't know what Denovu is, so I can't comment on that. He's posted it. Yeah, I've seen the message quite a few times. Anyways, we're trying to figure out how to extract the flag out of this thing. So we've tried looking at strings. We've tried looking at EXIF data. We haven't been able to find anything super good. Denovu is a binary encryption and obfuscation service that the games are using. Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know about that, Sick in the Mind. Oh, it's an anti-cheat engine. Denovu is in DRM software. It's not pen testing, it's out of bounds. Yeah, I mean, that's some illegal hacking stuff, if you get into that. So EXIF tool's not working, strings isn't working. There's got to be like one... Maybe there's something in the challenge description that lets us... No. So the flag is hidden in the JPEG file. Good luck, have some pho. Good luck, have some pho, solve the challenge. Could pho be like the... Could pho be the password for something? Binwalk? Maybe. Are the rules made to be broken? Depends on which rules. Any chance that the flag is zipped and appended at the end of the file? I mean, how would you be able to tell? We tried using binwalk, but we weren't able to extract anything from it. Is the file longer than it should be? XXD. That's a good suggestion. You could use binwalk? Yeah, I think we've tried it before. So long strings, weren't able to identify any. Well, we could try some binwalk just like this. There's just one file in here. It's just a JPEG file. So if we run file on this, okay, it's a JPEG file. So we could steg hide. Steg hide info? Steg hide info. This thing. Okay. Faux? No. Can't use pho as the password. Now, can you suggest any books for cybersecurity? I mean, The Hacker's Mind is really good. It's by Bruce Schneier, and it really got me thinking about how hackers think. The Hacker's Mind. This one over here. Okay, so can you suggest online resources to learn cybersecurity for free? This is all I do. All I do is suggest cybersecurity education resources for free. There's a whole page full of them. Take a look. Okay, let's see. Jeng GPT says JPEG files are binary files that always start with XML marker FFD8 and end with FFD9. FFD9. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then we should be able to spot the end of the file with XXD. FFD9. So this is the end of file. Termux is not for hacking, right? You're going to have a bad time if you use Termux for hacking. Can I hack the Epstein files? No. No, I can't. So I'm pretty sure... FFD8? Yeah, okay. So... Ekan says, I'm really bad at programming, but really good at networking. Any advice? Hex dump? Yeah, we just did some hex dump. Did you try StegSeek? Yeah, we did try StegSeek already. StegSeek wasn't able to find anything. But there's like a couple of other functions we can do inside of StegSeek. StegSeek. Okay, so stegofile, word list, threads. So let's see. Crack a stegofile by attempting all embedding patterns. I mean, we could try some of these as well. Thank you very much for the subscriptions. Who is Cameron, Marmul, and Yokai? Thank you. Is there some sort of base 64 or similar conversion? I don't think this is the case. Okay, we'll just wait for this thing to come back. I subbed. Thank you very much for the sub, Manuel Camelo. Thank you. Okay, so Charanjit says, are you using Linux in cloud or installed? So this is a virtual machine. So I'm running Kali Linux on VirtualBox. YG Dev says, can you tell me how to hide a 50 kilogram rat? That's a very specific question. Okay, General asks, what programming languages do you know? I mean, I feel most confident using Python. Other programming languages, not so much. Why not Parrot OS? Because Parrot OS doesn't have as many users, and if something goes wrong with your Parrot OS, you're less likely to be able to find answers, because the community that uses Kali Linux is bigger than Parrot OS. Wasn't able to find a valid seed. Dang, I'm kind of running out of stuff to do. There was another website that we could use for steganography, right? It was called, like, what was it called? Are you a software engineer? No. Mr. Robot just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much, Mr. Robot. And Vinay, thank you very much for the subscription. What is the name of the GitHub tool that you're using? It's called StegSeek. StegSeek. I'll write it into the chat. Do you think AI will be able to hack very effectively and better than humans? You better hope not. Okay, so it was like... Let me see if I can remember what the name of the site was. Steganography online website. A Parasolve. Here it is. Are you in college? No, I've been out of college for over 2 decades. Okay, so we got the site here, a Parasolve. We're going to drag and drop our file. Computer, temp, hf, fuzz tasty. Why is the file not here? Does this not count as an image file? Okay, AI will definitely help hacking a lot. Yeah. I mean, I just don't want I don't want people to panic over AI stealing everybody's job and thinking that, you know, that it's going to replace every working person on the planet, that kind of thing, because that's ridiculous. Okay, let's play some of this music. Oh, it doesn't have a file extension. Okay, that must be why. Okay, so I guess it's just working away over here. Okay, do you have experience with Frida or Android or APK cracking? I mean, I don't really have any specialized experience with mobile applications. Can you code in C? I can do some very basic coding in C, nothing to write home about. The reason why I studied some basic C coding is so that I can better understand reverse engineering and binary hacking. Okay, let's see. Why is there no GCP in your cloud security education sources? Why is there no GCP? GCP is Cloud Security Education DCP. Is that another? So let's see. Cloud Security, there's AWS, there's Microsoft Azure, there's I think Oracle has like its own cloud infrastructure as well, right? Oh, is that one Google? Google Cloud Provider? Oh, okay. I mean, all this stuff, they are works in progress. I really haven't seen anybody covering Google Cloud pen testing. Okay, Leo Pizza says, can you help me? I'm switching to Linux Mint. I've already installed it. When you restarted it, loaded into my Windows 10 without any grub. Now I can't switch. Help, I'm a beginner. I think other people in the chat might be able to help you out better than I can, because I don't I do not do a lot of custom OS installs. AlphaBG says, current leading AI architectures like transformers will not replace all human workers. For that to happen, we need a new architecture or a hybrid approach. Okay. Charanjit says, here in India, there are many paid courses for cybersecurity. That's why I'm asking for free resources to learn VAPT. Yeah, I mean, I provided the education resources. You have the link, right? If you don't have the link, let me know. What are your favorite YouTube channels, IT or non-IT related? I don't really want to talk too much about my personal life if I don't have to. Okay, so an error occurred during the transfer. I guess we need to reload this thing. What's the name of this website? So this website is called aparasolve.com. It really doesn't want to solve this thing, huh? The funny thing about this challenge... So we got this discussion over here. It was funny XD. Ha ha ha, your comment is so unrelated. I'm not the only one who used cat and found it. Are you freaking kidding me? Could you at least recommend some people for cybersecurity? Oh, you're looking for cybersecurity recommendations for on YouTube? Yeah, sure. Let's see. So on YouTube, you could check out John Hammond. Whoops. Oh no. Okay. So John Hammond, cybersecurity. John Hammond, yeah. So John Hammond is a good channel. Ooh, that's a nasty looking link. Hold on. So John Hammond is one. IPSec is another good one, yeah. IPSec. Is incognito mode reliable, or is it all a lie? Incognito mode doesn't protect you from anything except your search history. So when you turn on incognito mode, it uses a fresh set of cookies, or it doesn't use any cookies, and it deletes all of the history. But aside from that, it's not a security tool. It's not a way to keep your information anonymous. Who else? So, Hack5. It's a pretty reputable channel. They do a lot of cybersecurity news. Send the link for the free resources. Yeah, incognito doesn't use cookies. It doesn't use your previous cookies. That's the anonymity it provides. Okay, check it out over here. Okay, Susu software. Okay, this file contains a JPEG. If we compare it to the real thing, could it be placed inside an image? I mean, you can hide all sorts of information inside of any file. Not just picture files, but... Okay, so if we just cat this thing out, somebody said in the comments there that they found it through cat. It seems kind of ridiculous. What? What? What the what? Why does it look like this? I love pho. So this, how, okay, so if you're not using cat, how would you find this? So you can't, yeah, I mean, if we use strings, we probably get like little bits, like this, and then this. That's diabolical. David Bomble is also a good one. Yeah, for sure, David. Okay, let's go back into the editor. So it's I love pho, like this. And we need to put the CTFlearn wrapper around it. CTF, like this. Let's check it out. This one was kind of ridiculous. I mean, how would you find this like naturally? You don't usually use cat to look at binary files. So if we run strings on this, we don't find it. Do we find anything close though? It was close to the beginning of it. I'm wondering how we would actually find this. But let's submit the flag. Okay, so over here, CTFlearn, I love pho. Submit. Okay. This stuff is so complicated. Can be. What about strings and grep? Hold on. So use strings and then grep for the brackets. Strings, grep, You can grep for brackets. But I don't think they show you anything. Okay, do you stream regularly? Yeah, we have a schedule on our Reddit over here. We also have a Discord community as well. Thank you for all of the subscriptions. Free GGCVG, Kieran, Daniel D, Straw Hinja, Ankeet, Mikasa, thank you very much. Okay. So, yeah, I'm actually very curious what the people have to say in the comments. So XXD, strings won't help. New to XXD. Huh. So people say that XXD was a really important tool for this challenge. Let's try running it. So the stuff was located up at the top. Oh, how could I not see this? Sick in the Mind says, I saw that. Well, you have better eyes than I do, I guess. I thought you saw it too. Oh, well, I didn't. Actually, wait. Could you use strings if you were looking for like a different type of encoding? Like, what was it? So like strings. So there are different types of encodings that you can look for with strings as well. So we got 7-bit and 8-bit. We got 32-bit. So it can BL, BL. Nope. So L, B, B. You can use strings N1. Strings N1. What does N1 do? CTFlearn, I love. Okay. That's great. Okay. Charanjeet, if I learn something like Nmap, Burp Suite, and Metasploit, what should I do next? Charanjeet, what's your goal? What is the goal of your education here? Can I do this on Termux? You would have a very bad time if you were to start doing these exercises with Termux. Yeah, this is padded with null bytes. Man. So I guess the preferred method is to use XXD to inspect the header or the start of the file. Okay, so picture file forensics and hex dump with XXD. Or hex edit, okay. Your goal is to be an ethical hacker, okay. So let me give you... So take a look over here. If you're... Your goal is to be a CISO. I mean, that's pretty... It's a pretty lofty goal, sure. If you want to do some network hacking stuff, these are the education links that I recommend over here. Is this a terminal emulator? Terminal emulator? I mean, I'm using a terminal in Kali Linux. I don't know what you mean by emulator. Okay, so let's just complete this thing. So method is solved. Download the file. If you hex dump with XXD, you'll notice that the flag is spelled out in the beginning of the file with 2 null bytes. They're null bytes, right? I just need to make sure. No, they're not null bytes. What's in between here? So they're not the same. They're not the same either. So it's just like random bytes. So A is like, what is it? 61. They got like a 17 and a 1F. So they're being spaced out with some random bytes. They're not the same ones each time. Can you say the name of the open GitHub file? You mean this one? It's called Foes Taste You. It'll be available in just a bit if you want to take a look. with 2 unprintable bytes between each letter. Okay, we'll just do like XXD on this thing, pipe into head, and it should be very obvious. Snollygoster says strings N1 said, man. I mean, I do love myself some one-liners. Snollygoster, thank you. Let's take a look. Okay, curious question. Would you suggest learning via free resources if you're looking for a job? Don't they ask for certifications? I mean, that's where your social networking comes in. So the way I recommend people... That is very clean. That is very clean. I guess you're, like... You're only grepping out, like, printable characters. And you're only getting them between these lines, right? So it's between line 4 and line 26. And then you get rid of all the white space, and you get this. That's pretty nice. So Caffeine plays, I mean, I recommend free resources for learning. I recommend you get the interview. You get the interview through your social network. Basically, people recommending you to the interview instead of applying for the job. Okay, Off the Toilet says, what would happen if I sent an ICMP packet? To who? From where? Thank you very much for the YouTube subscription. Demas Lagusto, thank you. Okay, let's try doing one more challenge before we finish out for the day. My voice is starting to die. Hopefully it'll hold out for a little bit longer. Snipet says, can you explain to me why I would want to set up VENV and keep my Python version separate? It would get sent to ICMP jail. Is that what happens? Okay, so we did Chalkboard. We couldn't do my vlog. PDF by, well, okay. PDF by FDPUM. I have no idea. Anyways, click on this. So you basically need to use sed to grab printable characters. Yeah. Actually, you know what, Snollygoster? I'll include that. I'll include your one-liner in my write-up. Because it is... I do love my one-liners. Okay. So fuzz tasty. Edit this thing. Okay. And I'll include you in the write-up. So let's see. Stream contributor. Snollygoster? How do you spell that? Provided this fun one-liner that can pull out the flag. And thank you very much. Add bash. Oh, okay. Bash. This one here. Okay, commit these changes. Does it look nicer? It does look nicer. You're right. Thank you. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. K. Perneath, thank you. And Pernendu Taweri, thank you. Okay, so the last challenge we're gonna try to do tonight is called like PDF something. What was it? PDF. It's just called PDF. Okay, sure. PDF.md. Okay, URL. Concept. Method of solve. So PDFs are kind of a fun file format. They can contain a lot of text, but they can also contain a lot of binary data as well. Let's go and solve the challenge. If you want to do this yourself, you can check out the link. The concept in this case, well, I'm assuming it's going to be PDF forensics, but who knows? Do not open.pdf. That's funny. I hope it doesn't give me a virus or something. That would be embarrassing. Okay. Whoops. Okay, so we got a PDF document here. And hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the subscriptions, Rajesh and Maya Yals, Brian Clanton, K. Perneath, Kumar, Naik, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, I am the real guy. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So let's run strings on this. So this thing is like called do not open.pdf. So So just as we started talking during the break, you have this file here and checks if something is wrong with it. The only thing that we found strange with this suspect, ought there be a password for his external drive? A password for his external drive? All right, let's take a look. Open it. Yeah, of course. Can you tell me your qualification? So, I mean, I've got one certificate, kind of a minor one. I worked as a web app security tester for about half a year, and then I decided I wanted to do education stuff, so here I am. So, if we just run strings on this thing, what's going to happen? Why is external sure password? So is this password protected? I mean, if it's password protected, we shouldn't be, well, you know, it's funny. Is the live stream almost over? I mean, there's the timer up at the top of the screen. Okay, I am the real guy. Why do you keep on putting the delete your file system Linux command in chat? I'm the real guy. It kind of gets old after a while, doesn't it? So, you also have some resources for cloud security. If you've got the link, take a look at the cloud security resources there. I recommend the Pwned Labs, pwnedlabs.io. They've got a lot of really good free cloud labs there. Let's just try XTG opening this thing. Can't touch this. Okay. So we found all the funny stuff in the strings. I mean, it's probably this. It's probably one of these. We just need to base64 decode these. So echo this out, and then pipe into base64 decode. Yeah. CTFlearn. I mean, is this the actual flag? I guess we can try submitting it. 42, 42, 42. That's a lot of... Are you trying to buffer overflow somebody with a bunch of Bs? And Shashan Krarat. Hello, nice to see you here. What are you up to right now? We're just doing some forensics challenges. Okay. Paste it in. Done. Okay, great. How can I learn hacking? We've got a website that talks about that. Okay, and we'll do our write-up over here. So the concept is, I mean, it's not super complicated. Looking for text strings and base64 decode. Base64 encoding is the other concept. So to solve this challenge, use the strings command to pull out readable text. And thank you very much for the subscriptions, Brandon Flores, Aditya, and Chirat. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, I'm switching over from Windows to Linux. Can you suggest which one to use for development? I've heard that a lot of people have good success using Ubuntu, and using Linux Mint if they're coming from a Windows background. Let's try renaming this thing back to its original, and if we can do the same, we should be able to do the same stuff, right? Yeah. Okay, can I learn hacking for free? What's the roadmap? So yeah, just check out the website. Okay, so that's... and it's bash. Okay. So, So the output includes a, what is it called? Base64 encoded string that we can decode with the following command. So it's just, what was it, the echo command over here. Okay, how to master Python, any tips? Yeah, definitely take a course, build projects. Check out this link. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Hi EACX, if that's how you pronounce it, thank you. Okay. And I think we're done. Well, it's nice to be able to finish on a W. Oh, you know what? We got the flag. I guess we can give this emote right here. So if you're subscribed on the channel, you can use this emote. It's a lot of fun because we got the flag. Okay, so if anybody wants to take a look at the write-ups we did for this stream, we did all three of these in here. And I think I might take off a little bit early today because my throat is starting to kill me. Let's see. Yeah, I think let's see. How much time do you need to dedicate to become a hacker? I'm weak in English. I mean, ability to speak English doesn't really help you be a hacker. Alpha BG, you need to capitalize the F in flag. Are you also hopefully healed? No, I'm still sick. I'm still sick. I still have a sore throat. I still have a runny nose, all that good stuff. But hopefully by the time next week comes around, I'll be better. Can I learn from your given GitHub file? Yeah, go for it. All the stuff on the GitHub, it's there to help people learn. I'm trying to spread all of the resources that I find online because I want people to be able to learn cybersecurity. Okay, so there's nobody online from the InfoSec streams list. Let's see if we can find somebody on Twitch. Hopefully you didn't catch the influenza. Well, I mean, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what I have. Let's see. How about we raid Moohoodle? Actually, no. Science streams. We haven't raided science streams in a while. Okay, let's set that up. Raid. Okay, before we start our raid, let's talk about what we're doing next week. So we publish our schedule on Reddit over here. Can I learn hacking in 1 year? I mean, I learned I went from knowing nothing to getting a job in 18 months, so that's not a year. It definitely takes longer. It'll definitely take you longer than a year, is my estimation. Okay, so what are we doing? So next week, we'll be doing 2 streams like we do normally. We're going to be doing Linux OS operations. We're going to be wrapping up that course. And then we're going to be learning some PowerShell. And we're going to be doing a Linux hacking challenge. Second the Mind says, GoPro doesn't even do hacking streams anymore, just DJ stuff. I mean, here's the thing. The people on the InfoSec streams list, there are not too many people on the list who do like regular live streams that do hacking. So Slyborg does, PicoCTF does, MSec is, I've only ever seen him do gaming stuff. Your Cyber Doctor does. So I would say, like, Your Cyber Doctor, PicoCTF, Slyborg, myself, we're most of the list, I guess. Okay, your voice has so much clarity. Thank you very much. My voice is dying right now, but thank you. Okay, so that's going to be on Wednesday. On Friday, we're going to be doing some Python. So we're going to be starting our Python course. So if you ever want to learn Python and you don't know anything about Python, it's going to be a Python crash course, and it's going to be on Friday of next week. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We're also going to be doing some Python coding at the beginning of the stream. So please look for that. We're also going to be doing some Azure hacking. I've never done Azure cloud hacking before. So I hope it's not too it's probably going to be really difficult. It's probably going to be really difficult. Anyways, let's start that raid. We'll raid. It's interesting since GoPro is the maintainer at the moment for InfoSec streams. I mean, maintaining a list like that is not it's not like super easy work. So I appreciate that. Okay, so science streams. Okay, we're going to be raiding into science streams. If you want to support the channel, please follow the raid on Twitch and give this message to science streams. So OSFrog, Hip Hop Hack, OSFrog, just like this. Okay? The guy chill out. He might be doing hard strings off stream. I mean, yeah. I mean, listen. GoPro. We really appreciate GoPro. He might be really busy at work. He does like InfoSec stuff as a job. So definitely all the respect possible to GoPro. Okay, everybody. We're going to be going offline. Everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you back on Wednesday. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.